are we doing? What are we doing? We are saying hello. Hello and hello, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Rebus is asking what we is doing. Today is Friday, so that means we are doing Community Day. Bang. So, as has been happening over the past few community days, I won't be working on the bot unless, something really does come up and we start working on the bot, but I'll still be doing some of my work product stuff because I really would like to get this done. I was struggling earlier just before the stream trying to get the code behind file open for Eraser class. I'm still not able to get it open. This is so weird. I'll show you what's going on, but I want to say hello. Welcome in. I'm getting Discord set up so that we can have Community Day ready to go. And so the way that Community Day works is that I invite you, members of the community, into Discord. Join any of the stream rooms and then type !waiting in chat to let me know that you're waiting in one of the stream rooms. Voice channels is what I said. And then I will pull you into the voice channel if you feel like using your voice to participate in Community Day. And so what I encourage you to do is ask questions, talk about things that are relevant to the content of this channel, like technologies you're interested in, situations you've run into, projects you're working on, any of those types of things. Especially if they are exciting to you. I love hearing about things that you're interested in that make you excited to be in the technical space. Yeah. Okay, so am I a scam casino hacker? Why am I followed to you? I don't know. Why are you followed to me? I'm definitely not a scam casino hacker. The only way that you would have been able, or that you would have followed me is, or been followed, the only way that your Twitch would say that you're following me is if you actually push the follow button on either my channel or on a shout out that someone may have given to my stream. This isn't your first time talking in chat, so you've been here before. Okay. Cool. Save that. I must have amnesia or something. Totally okay. You are welcome here, and you are also not required to hang about if it's not interesting to you. It is nice having you here, so I hope you don't go away, but definitely understand if you do, if this content isn't for you. So yeah, it's Community Day. Feel free to bring up topics, questions, things that you just want to share. If you don't want to use your voice to participate in Community Day, if you're not comfortable doing so, or you just don't feel like it, or you're not set up to, then you are more than welcome to type in chat and let me know if there is anything that you want to discuss. Unless and until someone brings something up, I am going to keep working on my work product because there's so much that needs to be done. So here I am in my solution. I just closed and reopened Visual Studio, and for whatever reason, it's not resolving my components, and these are built-in components, this cascading value. And when I try to open the code behind file, oh, it's in tab group 3. Where did you come from? Oh my. Never mind. It's opening. It's doing what I want it to do. There was just another tab group that I didn't realize was open. So I'm still having this issue where it's not resolving my components. So this is very odd. I'm going to do a full clean and rebuild and see if that helps us out any. What am I building? Is it a Discord bot? So typically during community day, I would be working on the Twitch, or I guess it is multi-platform, but like primarily it's my Twitch bot. It's this automated realms bot that if you talk to, it'll talk back to you. It uses an LLM that's running locally, provided I loaded everything correctly. Cool. It also has a few commands that it will respond to. I don't actually have a way for you to see the available commands easily. Peter is waiting. I'm pulling you into the voice channel in a couple seconds. Give you some time for the delay to show up. And 3, 2, 1. There. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Ooh, I need to turn you up in my ears.
Uh-oh. But what if I yell?
No, please don't yell. No, but your volume is good on stream. I just had my headphones turned way down.
That's because someone else was yelling.
Yes, actually, it was because BitGamey was doing a music check and needed us to give him some feedback, so I turned him way up and then I turned him way down. And anyway, excuse me. So hi, Peter.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Happy good day.
Happy good day.
I've been talking to people overseas, and it's so awkward to start the conversation with good morning. I don't know if we've talked about this, but you're like,
no,
good
I don't
morning.
Think we have.
I mean,
oh, yes,
but it's good afternoon for you. Oh, it's actually past midnight for you. And so, like, there's this whole hierarchy of, anyway.
Good hi, DVD. Definitely good times. Yeah, that's why I always just use good day, because day is any part of the day.
Yeah, but then it sounds like you're. I've discussed all of this at every single voice call with my coworker. Yeah, good day, sir. You know where it was going.
You're a bit cross, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, we'll hang up then. And you have to start all over again. I said good day. Anyway.
I say hello, hello, hello.
How's that? But that yeah, and I say howdy, which I started saying howdy as a joke sometime around college, and now I just say it. And that's should be a lesson for all of us about the risks of loose lips, because you might start saying howdy to people unintentionally and without thinking about it. And now people judge me for only that reason.
I mean, I judge everyone, but that isn't necessarily a negative thing.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's the spittoon that I bring with me everywhere I go. The copper spittoon.
Ding.
Correct. Yeah. There we go. Well, that's the first spittoon joke of the stream.
Good day, Duca.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's here. Everyone. Even
all the amazing peoples.
Casino hacking scammer, Reeves. Yeah. Reeves the Fifth. The casino hacker is here. Welcome.
Or it's Reeb ISV, individual software vendor. Is that what ISV is?
Yeah.
That's what ISV is.
That's some old lore. Well done. Well done.
Where is the browser I'm using for the stream? Oh gosh. So I want to set up a server.
All right.
Or Rebus 5. Yes.
Rebus 5. That's good.
Of course, if it's a reference to something, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah. It's probably something filthy and like Estonian, and it's like, I shouldn't have been just. Well, what you gonna do? You know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Or it's just someone's last name, and it's like, I shouldn't have been making fun of their given name. So welcome everybody, and I see TBD and Dukasoft and Abadus.
Abadus or Abadus or Abadaus.
Yeah. I was just gonna go straight to Amadeus, even though it's not even really all that close.
Amadeus.
There you go. You know, that's the one time I've heard that word.
Man, I love Beethoven's Last. It's so good. I assume that's what you were referencing.
I was referencing some TV hit or clip of that, which then didn't continue. And then that's all I know. Maybe it was a commercial of some kind. You know, that's about my level.
I thought that was a I can't think of their name. Who performed Beethoven's Last Night? It is Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Ah, okay.
It's so good. You should listen to it. And
I've heard of them.
I don't know. Maybe the song isn't from this, and I'm just kind of crossing streams.
But I don't know either. I have so little knowledge. I'm not. You can say every falsehood, including about not being a casino hacker, which we all know you
fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. How else do you think I'm so filthy rich?
There you
go. Filthy.
So I won't correct it.
Track. Mannheim Steamroller had a good Christmas album 20, 30 years ago, whenever that was.
I don't know these things. I don't know any of these things. I'm whispering. Merry Christmas. I'm whispering.
It's okay. I think I have a compressor, so it should lift your voice and cap your voice, I think.
Yeah, at some point we're gonna have so much processing done to our voices on these voice calls. Like the actual microphone won't matter anymore because like my USB headset has processing in the driver, and then after it gets through the driver, I saw Microsoft Teams had its own little like reduced noise. Yeah.
So it's kind of annoying because if you do have your own version of no, wait, that was Discord. Does Teams use Crisp? If you have your own version of Crisp running on your machine, then it causes all sorts of issues for individual applications that use Crisp for noise reduction and stuff.
I don't know anything about that. What is Crisp? Is it built in or something?
Is this? No, I think you have to purchase it. Or there's a free version that you can use for... How do I open this? I know that it has an actual window. Is it this live widget? I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, so it's an application that runs on your computer. It's kind of like NVIDIA Broadcast, except it's exclusively for voice and removing background noise.
Okay.
And it does both noise cancellation on your microphone and, if you wanted it to, on your speakers.
So that's how you can sit here without headphones or...
I have headphones.
You do? I can't tell.
I do. Yeah. My hair's in the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're over ear bone induction.
Oh, very interesting.
Hi, Crabdine. Yeah, the free version is in Discord, but you can also download it as a desktop app. And the free version will let you use it for, I think it was an hour before it stops doing the noise cancellation. An hour per call.
Huh.
It can even do transcription. It can do AI summary.
Yeah, but who does it now?
Not
The
me.
transcription's nice. Yeah, that could be nice. What is the summary of our conversation going to be up to this point? Making fun of people in chat. Yeah. Just roasting chat, which, by the way, they have been talking. We're completely...
No, I've been reading off TBD stuff. You're going to have so much processing. You're going to sound like Cher, says Abadus. Ouch. Ouch.
Nice.
Rude. I assume it splits the transcript by voice. Yeah, it does speaker recognition. You do have to name the speakers if you're going to use that. And Tyndall's here. I'm pulling you into the stream room in 3, 2, 1. Hello, Tyndall.
Hello, friends.
Happy tree
are
friends. Good. Speak.
Awesome.
I'm also still here.
Yes.
Yeah. I would hope so.
Yeah, so you're a little quiet today, Tyndall, but that's fine. I got you normalized.
All right. So how are we? I'm a tad bit late.
How dare! You're so offensive being late to an optional stream that you don't even have to show up for unless you feel like it.
I'm not late to the stream. I'm late to where I wanted to be, which happens to be the stream.
Oh, well, there you go. That's fine.
Yeah.
Speaker recognition is awesome and magic. Yeah.
Not entirely sure where we are, but Teams has that, and it's freaky.
Is it good?
How well it works.
Diarization.
Diarization, what is that word?
The thing y'all are talking about. I happen to know.
Oh, being able to determine which speaker?
Yeah.
Diarization. Sounds like a skin condition.
You can also do utterance detection to split further. I haven't worked with too many of the APIs, just I happen to know. We updated our... Anyway.
I wonder if YouTube will ever get diarization for their auto transcript, auto captioning. I guess that'd be cool.
It will. All the AIs.
So the thing that I still would really, really love is for all of the streaming platforms, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, to be able to split the audio channel from music and speaker. I'm going to keep talking about this until it happens because I won't be able to do it. So
you mean
you have
while
one channel
live?
that the music goes on. Yeah, while we're watching live. One channel that the music is on and one channel that different audio. So just 2 audio channels, and the person watching the stream could choose which ones they have on or off.
Yeah,
I guess.
I mean, Twitch almost has that with the copyright-free track where you can send music or send the audio without the music for the VOD. It's only you can't.
I mean, yes, yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Watching. Yeah, but they have that feature, but you can't pick the audio track while watching live.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
It's on playback.
So it's basically just a UI thing, right?
I have no idea.
But if the whole backend is there for creating the VODs, then...
Well, yeah, I mean, like the backend not capturing the music in the VOD, that is a thing. So, as you said, it's set up so that you can separate one voice or one audio channel from another. There's at least 2. So, just make a button in the
Yes.
UI.
It shouldn't be difficult, but famous last
Who
words, I
knows?
do not work at
Yeah.
Twitch.
Hello, Emporium
Hmm.
guy. Oh man, I am
Yeah.
falling behind. Shout out, starting with, well, since you're on the call, shout out to Thindle.
Aw.
Amazing .NET developer. Definitely check out his streams. He didn't stream this week that I could tell, but that's
I
okay.
know. I had
You were
a throat
probably-
issue. I couldn't
Ah.
swallow.
You just turned into a
it's
product
better.
manager. It should be easy.
Exactly, TBD.
Well, that sounds like I'm a doctor, so I would love to help you, but I'm refusing out of ethical reasons.
That's terrible.
Good luck. Yeah,
Mhm.
good luck.
I did do something good this week, though.
What did you do?
What is it?
You know, the whole project and the migration and stuff? It's live.
Mm.
Yay. It was
Yay.
this one is your personal app, not the shop app, right? Or is this
The shop app.
The shop
The
app
shop
is
app is
live and deployed.
Yes. And it
It's
works.
called Knobber Coals or something.
Kopplat.
I was close.
Yeah, you were. It means connected.
Guys.
So this is on
What?
the smallest paid
What?
version of Azure App Service. And
That is
it's
awesome. Congratulations.
unexpectedly fast and quick.
Yeah.
What?
So if you
like
really
don't
want, you can
things-
always go
I
to
clicked.
/admin as well. Because that's the part that isn't converted yet.
Blazer. Yes.
Pretty.
And not quite quick yet.
Maybe
but
not.
Yes.
Nope.
This is a
It has
box.
not a lot of features. You can drag and drop the boxes though.
Oh yay.
Nice.
I blame Telerik.
Do
Don't
they
give
have
them
an
credit,
easy
though.
drag and drop? Is that the
Yeah,
deal?
they have a can't remember the name of it, but tile layout thingy
Hmm.
that supports that.
Suget.
See, managed to get an ad in there.
Yes. Definitely. Yeah. Self-promotion is highly encouraged, especially on streams like today's.
By the way, what are we working on for this? app?
The thing that I'm doing in the background and not really paying attention to, because I'm paying attention to you guys, right? Is that I got to a point where I am able to apply the templates now, and it updates the preview in real time when you apply the new template. I don't have any like UI feedback saying applying template successfully applied, but I'll have toasts and stuff in the actual product. So the thing that I'm trying to do now is, while this field mapping configurator thing is open, applying the updated template to that while it's showing. So
I'd really
this
like
template
some
should
toast.
have looked like this. Yeah. I do have a toast system in my component library, and I could just turn it on, but again, this is not the final UI place for it, so I'm not doing that yet.
I'm
Is
an
your
actual
toast
toast.
system-
I'm hungry.
Oh, nice. I was going to make
Is
a
my
joke
toast
about
system?
is your toast system an archery game? And it just shoots
It
like an arrow
could be.
across the screen with a little banner
Yeah.
fluttering.
Oh, that would be awesome.
And then if they hit the target, they get 100 points. So,
That
which
would be
wouldn't.
awesome. Plus bonus for how long it stays in the air.
There you go.
I mean, if you want to do it simpler, you can do like the old marquee, but with a plane in front of it.
And
And have an
do
airplane flying over
angle
the screen with
bracket
one of those
blink.
banners behind it.
Got to make sure to use the blink.
Yes. Ah, Blink doesn't work anymore.
Yes. Nice.
Marquee
I know.
does though. And font. Font still works.
It only plays the sound on the first one. It's so weird. I unrender and re-render the audio source, but it still doesn't reset the clip back to the beginning, even though I tell it to. Nice shooting, though.
Wait, does
You got a
Blink work?
10. No.
I was like 100% certain it didn't.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not. And I honestly don't know how to use Marquee. I'm sure there are parameters that you need to. Oh, no,
barely.
it just works.
Use Firefox?
I mean,
Oh, is this
Use Fire.
is this the old HTML marquee, or am I thinking of something?
Yeah,
it's an old
this is
HTML marquee. Yeah, we're talking about the before times here.
That
yeah.
thing.
I'm actually impressed that it can do internal HTML and not just text.
Wow.
It's the entire
I don't
element.
think you can set a lot on it. Although, if you set it right to left, maybe it'll go from left to right.
I mean, there's settings for marquee. There's also like bounce left to right. That's what I remember from the old
That
days.
actually breaks it.
Build it.
Interesting.
Mm.
And what about on the parent element?
I can make everything. Oh, you're setting the RTL on the parent. Gotcha.
Doesn't do anything. And then what? Wait, it didn't actually key.
It didn't save it. I usually do this on the right side by clicking under element.style.
Oh. Yeah, I don't.
Right. This is the
is
style.
is the
Never
CSS
mind.
the same? Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
This is an attribute.
Yeah.
Like dinosaurs playing with HTML. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So yes, it
That
definitely
also
breaks
broke the
marquee.
though.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then finally on the, is it in doc type or is it on the HTML element?
Oh, I
It's on
have
the HTML
no
element.
idea. Yeah.
So this is how
I
I
think
set the direction if you choose a right to left language.
Yeah.
If I was localizing.
Yeah. I have a really good solution to R2L. And that is, if they read from right to left, they probably learned to read from left to right on the internet. So,
Right.
And I know that's the evil version, but I think I'm also
Pretty
right.
sure dinosaurs are kind of difficult to type.
Marcus, don't out yourself, Marcus voice coder. You.
That's terrible.
Hey, he brought up the fact that you don't type with your hands. I'm just pointing that out. We have one among us
True.
who notably writes in his name that he's not typing
Oh.
with his hands. Maybe there's a
Let me see if I
reason
can find this.
that involves the fact that he has lizard hands of an actual Tyrannosaurus Rex.
TBD, I'm almost certain there is a CSS version as well, but I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Ow.
Also,
Because I got you guys turned
don't
up
know
so
it.
loud. So this guy here, every time I see him performing, I think of him as a Tyrannosaurus.
Ah, nice.
He looks like a
Yeah.
dinosaur when he plays. This is such a good song, though. If you don't know Churches, you should check him out. Although Lauren went off and started doing a solo career, I cannot recommend her solo music.
And I'm weird when I say that she looks a lot like Emma Stone.
I guess like this she does, but I still think Lauren is prettier than Emma Stone. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I wasn't comparing them to each other like that. Just
Short arms.
yeah. So that was that whole experiment. Does anyone else remember? You made a layout image in like PaintShop Pro or something, and then you split it up into multiple parts and put it all in a table.
Layers?
Ace. layers.
Oh, you mean actual like the table sections, like probably
Yeah.
like the Space Jam. Didn't they? It was called like a table map or something in HTML. Like there was
It
a
wasn't supposed
special
to be guy
element.
creative.
I mean, you just did like a table and then table row and TD with a col span and row spans.
Oh,
and,
yuck. No,
yeah.
that's
And you
using
just built
tables.
up the layout using good old tables and your images of your entire layout, but you split it into multiple parts. So it had like a top left piece that, yeah.
I used a lot of websites. I was not building websites. So
I'm old.
I even knew at that time that was abusing tables.
But I mean, we're talking pre-CSS here.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I wasn't coding at that time either. Or I wasn't
I'm talking like,
HTML
97.
Yeah.
I
mean, I guess I
CSS
was writing
but
some HTML.
no one used it. Exactly, Marcus. Just use tables for everything. It's actually way easier, but you're also kind of building yourself into a corner, and you're wrong. But if you just want to do, layout with a top bar, left bar, footer, then I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
that's
Is there a
simple
RTL
with tables.
direction?
Yeah,
There is a
direction.
direction property, CSS property. So yes, TBD, you're right. This should have been done using CSS. And yeah, I think that is what I do now that I think of it. I put the dir RTL attribute on the HTML element when a RTL language is selected. But when there are elements that need to be manually set to left or right, like if I'm doing some kind of table view and I know that the product name is always going to be in English, then I make sure that that goes left to right. So I wrap that in a element and put the direction RTL now that I saw the property. Yes, we use grid now and div soup on top of that.
Grid templates are actually closer to table layouts than many people would like to admit, and it's also really easy to build.
When you say grid templates, do you mean grid CSS?
Yeah.
Yeah, you use grid CSS, and then you have a template where you define areas.
Okay, I've never even looked at it. I learned Flexbox, and I was so advanced that I haven't learned anything since Flexbox. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. So what Lion just did was a page with a top bar, a left menu, and a content area.
Oh, nice.
And a footer in the
Actually,
area.
no, and a footer. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you set some sizing to say that top row is this tall, and the middle part uses, the remaining area and stuff like that. And then in the actual div, you tell it which area to use. You can tell to use A, B, C, or D.
No.
Crap time says we use grid now. Right. Feels. I don't know what feels weird, man, means. Oh, the fact that I called him crap time. I've already called him that in chat. But
I say the same thing, and I think he approved of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can find a thing and like really out myself here.
Oust.
I'll just say, as someone who
is
refuses...
that the word oust?
Oust?
Yes, you will.
No, it's out. It's out yourself. Ousting is deposing a king, right? Like, I don't know.
To force someone or something out of place or position or possession.
More like yourself. To make you laugh at me.
It dates you? All right. Real talk chat. I don't have Nightbot or Night Devs. What is it? Better Twitch TV. They've got probably some competitors now. So like, I'm reading the word feels weird, man. I don't see the emoji.
Me too.
But like, unless the emoji is transcendent, like it's not expressing what it should. Like there was a time like that debated, and I thought the turkey one was also a great riff on it. Yeah. I thought those two were great. Otherwise, like, I honestly don't get the Better Twitch TV. It's too dank. I'm too old. TTV. Don't install it. I mean, they make money somehow, and my conspiracy is they just take all your browsing data, send it to the internet for money. That's my thought. I don't know.
If I can contribute to a better internet than take my browsing history, why not?
Sure. Sounds good.
Steal my code, steal the things that I write, steal my story ideas. I couldn't care less. Just take it, make cool things with it, make the world a better place.
Please don't shame me. I was like,
is this you?
I was 12 when I made this.
Wait, machine. Excuse me.
I think it was 12.
It's still better than mine.
It was 1997.
Look, I made one of these in college. There's no shame in this.
Yeah.
It's red alert.
It was either 96 or 97 when I made this. Welcome to Eric's exclusive website.
You have some red alert pictures. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. I don't even know if I'd be able to find my because I didn't host anything. All of my stuff was either on, what was Yahoo's thing? GeoCities? On GeoCities, or was that Hotmail?
Yeah.
I don't know. GeoCities was websites.
Yeah, GeoCities was a website host.
I don't acknowledge having websites.
But it was either a Yahoo or Hotmail thing.
In my youth, I had a blog, and it was called pcl.com, and I updated it in 2006 to basically 2008.
Which it doesn't work anymore.
Well, I didn't put HTTP. Your certificates are. Oh goodness, I refuse. Look, I have not done ops work on that site. Yeah, I've not done anywhere. I was an adult. I can't. 18. I was in my 30s probably when I did.
Those little doggies have been going left and right for years. They sound
I should be tired at this point. I checked. It said that I was in class 6, which means I was 12 years old when I wrote that page. In 97. Them's the days.
Nice.
Yeah.
97.
Been a while.
I was 10 to 15 years old.
10 to 15 years old in 97.
I was 15 years old. I was doing maths.
All right.
I can't do maths on the fly. Doesn't work.
I like the,
module
I'm not going to say exactly how old I am, so I'm somewhere between 10, or I were somewhere between 10 and
you can
15.
see who's talking up there in the top right, top left. I'm pointing right. I wasn't even born yet, says Gilgamesh. That's completely fine. You're allowed to be young. I'll allow it this one time.
I'm being silent, but I'm here, Guy Creative.
Silent like the grave. Yeah. Did my new Batman thing from Discord show up on this? No.
TBD.
Discord did one of those. Oh, thank you. Discord did one of those freebie thingies, and it was a Batman thing. I'm pulling you into the room now, TBD, in 3, 2, 1, Delino. Welcome in, TBD.
Oh.
Greetings, sire.
Good day, sir.
Day.
Duga, I think my first interactive website was actually it was built in C++. I built a custom web server.
Ew,
And off that was Perl.
Over engineer much.
Yeah.
I mean, it was that or using Apache.
And I used Apache
Yeah.
with my JSP pages.
It's like, do I want to punch myself in the face or do I want to cut my legs off to get it done? Like,
Oh gosh.
Apache's not easy,
Only
but
40%
write your own server.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
I
easier
believe
back
that,
then.
Marcus Voice Coder.
Just HTTP.
Easier. There's a lot less information around. You had to go hunting a lot to find stuff.
Yeah.
And the easiest version of HTTP is just get URL and then you just send the page. You don't need a header or anything to describe the result. And that thing that I built could only handle GET requests, so it was barely interactive. Then I built a site using Perl, and then I built one using VB6 or ASP Classic, and that actually had a database, but it was an access database. I had to upload that file to a server, and then it read it. That was also fun.
Oh.
Very amazing how much things have changed in such a short period of time overall.
Yeah. Over like the entire life of, was it Gilgamesh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you guys suddenly quiet?
Hey, let it breathe. Let the silence breathe.
Full disclosure, while working, I have Eve open and I'm doing mining in Eve as well, so I'm concentrating on moving the ship to do mining.
I'm reading chat,
Working,
which is also
working
work.
in huge paragraph signs and playing Eve and Community Day.
I'm writing a review right now of colleagues, so
Okay.
Perfect.
they've got my full attention.
Yeah.
So what were your early attempts at interwebs things?
Like I said, mine was GeoCities, and the thing that I posted on my GeoCities stuff, and there was another one that I can't think of the name of, was this really cool, vibrant kind of bubbles, futuristic background looking thing, and then I put poetry on top of it, and then I submitted that, and it got put in a book of poetry from a Disneyland poetry competition thing. It was cool. It was really cool.
That's really cool.
It was...
Did they ship you a lightsaber as a prize?
No, they gave me the actual book as a prize, which was nice. I have no idea where it is or what it was called.
No lightsaber, though.
And I bet you everyone was a winner anyway, so everyone who submitted poetry got put into the book.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's mine.
You had a website with poetry.
Yeah,
That's like,
I love writing poetry.
that's really cool.
But now
Next.
you don't have to do that anymore. You can just ask Claude Sonnet to generate a haiku for you.
No,
it's pretty
I love
good.
writing my own.
Oh. I will say, having experimented with the music generation stuff, it's so much fun. Like,
yeah, it is.
anyway, that was on another stream, but it was incredible fun. Writing a bunch of Burger King jingles. You can imagine.
Imagine what William Shakespeare would do nowadays. You wrote jingles? You used it to make jingles?
We also had some songs in Huttese, and someone had it in something in Simlish. That's for the Sims.
Oh yeah, I tried a Simlish one. It didn't work well for me.
Well, it's hard to know. It's either English or words you can't put together. So it was the other. It was the latter. Imagine what William Shakespeare would do nowadays. He would browse TikTok to
Yeah,
his
he wouldn't get
detriment.
any plays written.
There you go. There's your modern day answer.
He'd be too distracted by the distractions of our current everything.
He'd be really into, what is the anime? One Piece? He'd just be all into One Piece. Or he'd be writing for One Piece. And maybe William Shakespeare
cool.
is writing for One Piece. I've heard it's popular. It's a popular show.
It just feels wrong when someone says William Shakespeare to me. In my mind,
do you
it's
want us
just
to call him Bill?
Shakespeare. No, it's just Shakespeare in my mind.
One Piece mentioned, important guy perks up.
Yeah.
All the animes were mentioned.
No. See, I'm also not allowed to say based because that's slang from like 5-10 years ago. And even then, I didn't understand it. I'm just a cranky old man today. How is everyone doing today?
You were supposed to
I'm
answer Thindle's
tired.
question, though. What was your earliest website?
Oh, mine?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. You and TBD and everyone in chat.
Honestly, my blog was, I put an effort into making the blog a good place to go. Back when people had RSS readers. No longer. Now you have, social media that kind of gets attention. So, because I think that's a big difference. There used to be like, if someone wanted to, they could consume like 100 blog articles a day. And for someone like me getting into programming, it was a very eye-opening to get a bunch of different perspectives. And I don't know where I would do that now. I guess YouTube videos. A lot of people like watching them. You're going to upload this VOD to YouTube right where I say the
They're
words.
now vlogs.
I never watch YouTube programming content. I could not possibly sit through it. Like conference videos is as good as it gets for me, or as much as I can handle. Anyway.
And I use videos for everything, for learning, for getting new information. Yeah. It's my modality.
Yeah, these days I'm the same as Lion, I think. I learn a lot from YouTube videos about what you can do. And then I learn the details of how to actually do it and use it from text.
And tinkering.
Conference talks are too slow on video for me. I love being there in person, but watching 55 minutes that could be condensed into like 10.
But yeah, I definitely watch conference videos too, long form conference videos, because they're great for me to have on the side and on a topic relevant to the stuff that I'm currently working on. And I'll hear them say something about use this methodology when you are trying to accomplish this thing. And I'm like, hey, I'm trying to do that somewhere else in the app. Let's just see how that works. And then I try it and it's like, hey, nice.
Yeah, my mind can't do that. I can listen to music, but it has to be, kind of, what's it called? Just melodic, or actually not melodic, the difference, just a beat more or less. Does that make sense? I'm not sure what it would
something
be
repetitive.
called. Yeah.
Repetitive. What were you going to say, TBD?
I was gonna say I can't watch much programming content these days. If I do consume a YouTube video, it's mainly opinion stuff, just to see what people are being told. Because a lot of people take a lot from a lot of opinion videos, and it's find some a bit frustrating because we focus on the wrong things. But when I'm watching conference
and you're
videos,
like,
I
I
find
don't
myself
want bad information.
yeah. When I'm watching conference videos, I find myself either I'm trying to pick up a topic I've kind of dug into myself, but I find myself like get to the stuff I don't know. I don't want to listen to all the banter. I don't care about the jokes you want to tell. What are you trying to show me? And I find then I get frustrated when it's just a simple example that I can't extrapolate more. And I'm like, I didn't really get a lot from that 45 minutes. So I think that harms the videos that truly have good content, because then I rely upon communities like this, right, to really provide my insights more than trying to hunt it down myself from videos.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And that
that's
is
the
what I
thing
like
that you
about
mentioned.
real-time blog or real-time chat systems, I guess, like Discord.
Yeah, I love how this format is really interactive. But at conferences, I have no problems listening to, I mean, people are joking, they're talking around, they're talking about anecdotes, they're, showing things that way. But when I'm watching content at the computer, I kind of want it way more condensed. And I can't learn how to do a thing from a video. I can learn the concepts around it, and I can learn enough to know that it's doable and maybe that it's not difficult. But then I need written content to figure out, okay, so what are the details of this? I have actual books. I have new actual books.
Yeah. Waiting room
is nice.
Someone's in the waiting room?
Bensworth.
Sorry, I scrolled up. Thank you. I'm pulling you into the room in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Mic check, Emporium.
Okay, hello there.
Cool. You are checked and good.
Okay, glad.
Not about VB6, no, but
New books. I think I still have the entire MSDN library for VB6 in a box somewhere on like 6 discs or something.
I have an intro to book on VB6 behind me.
CDs.
Yeah, one of my books here has a floppy in it. And when I say floppy, I do not mean 5 1/4, I mean 3 1/2. Was that the size?
Yeah.
The small one
yeah.
that's not very
So 5 1/4 is the
same
floppy,
icon was a
3
3
1/2 is hard. Yeah. Yep. What he said.
Yes, the save icon.
And before that there was 8-inch discs.
Yes. And they
Before
were
the inch?
actual
Yeah, 8-inch,
discs. Like
Yeah, the floppy disks.
circular.
Oh,
You are talking about the floppy disk. Before that, there
was
were
8-inch floppy discs,
the ones that look like records, except they were pretty much like the disc you would see in a spinny disc hard drive, except bigger, and they look kind of like the same color as rosin or amber.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was before my time.
Yeah. It's before all of our time, would imagine. All for most of us.
I did play around with an AS400 as well, but that one had floppies.
What were you saying to Crafting TVD? I'm trying to find the thread that led to your.
I'm also learning from asking stupid questions in Twitch chat, and I said there is genuinely no stupid question. I think with a good supportive group around you.
Well, you don't want to be too supportive. Anyway.
I mean, if you go on Stack Overflow, any question's a stupid question, right? Unless you've refined it, you
asked it wrong.
You've gone through all the troubleshooting steps, become an expert in the topic you're talking about. You're going to get roasted in some way, shape, or form on Stack Overflow.
But then, like, even if you do all that research and you're like, here's the research that I did, here's the specific question I have about this, you're like, too many words. You need to narrow this down. It's like,
And I mean,
someone's
when
gonna be
has
upset.
when has it been the case where programming forums have been positive? I mean, majority of times they
My Discord?
I mean, aside from Discord is a more recently thing, but comparatively to before, it was majority of time it was you either find it an elitist form or you didn't find any.
To just be clear though, I'm not dismissing your point, but you've also grown up in a very different time.
True, that is true.
When a lot of us were starting to do this sort of stuff, there wasn't as much stuff out there, so there were some more genuinely helpful things that were cropping up because people were creating it to be helpful. The internet has become more toxic as it's become more available.
100%.
Yeah.
I had internet access 1 hour a day, so I used to have binders full of OpenGL programming tutorials and stuff like that. I was a teen and I had binders.
Oh god.
I love binders.
I think the most that I got was like I remember they taught us in computer class about Visual Basic. I'm not sure which one was it, but we had to install Visual Basic through a CD if I remember correctly.
Brutal.
Yeah.
It's so much better now. Like even just having Google search or an equivalent search of equivalent power as Google search. Having Google search versus before, like I went to college right as it was coming out and I didn't really pick up on it until too late. And makes it so much easier to find stuff. Like I used Usenet. I got desperate, y'all. I used Usenet to ask questions, and trust me, they did not answer. So, yeah.
I read things, but I don't think I ever posted anything or asked anything. And that was also, you were in a group and you got 200 messages a day from people talking, and everyone got every message. It's insane.
Napalm, define what you mean by use Stack Overflow, by the way, because I use Stack Overflow to look up already asked and answered questions, but I am never going to ask a question on there again. Ever.
I don't find myself needing it. Something has changed. Sorry, go ahead.
We all used to do SOD, Stack Overflow Driven Development. And today we all do GitHub Copilot Driven Development.
Yeah, but Stack Overflow still has really good answers for things I care about. But usually I'm looking up something really common, like a coworker had problems with WSL, and I searched, and the first result was Stack Overflow, and it was clearly written. So for that, and I sent him the link, this is it, do this. For that, it's still the best.
Yeah. I think the big issue is the community there. You ask anything and you will get an answer like, this is a duplicate of something Jon Skeet answered 16 years ago, and you are dumb.
And that's where it's at some point you start asking, you get past the basic syntax. What can you ask about beyond basic syntax? And what else? Basic syntax, or how does, HTML work? Once you get how do I do a pop-up modal, it's going to start getting fuzzier where you can't ask a clearly answerable question. So I kind of get it, but you need a discussion forum at that point. All right, I've been filibustering. I'm done. Over.
You should never be done, ever.
Do you all remember that Stack Overflow was created by one of the early internet programming celebrities?
I think I know the history of it, but I didn't really care about
something.
it enough to remember.
Yeah. He had
Coding Horror, who was a great. I always loved
software.
He was I love both of them. I still recommend Joel on Software's old library of articles. Yeah. But Coding Horror also, I spent a day, like 3 hours, and read through his backlog. He was a great blogger, and now he's too rich to blog, but codinghorror.com. Because he he has the Stack Overflow money, however much that is. And he also has his Discourse company that does old style forums. Anyway.
I want to
creative city
remember that they
remembers him.
sold Stack Overflow for a ludicrous amount of money to a company that runs it now. And it started in, what's the company? Fogbugs? In their office, in like a closet.
Mm.
And that was Joel's company. Them's the days.
1.8
I'm
billion.
gonna
Stack
run
Overflow
off
so far.
for 3 minutes, but I will
1.8.
be right back.
Yeah, in
Okay,
2021,
1.8
Stack
billion.
Overflow sold for $1.8 billion.
Jiminy.
Yo, that's a lot.
As a .NET developer, I find the Stack Overflow ecosystem now to be just too hard to navigate. There's just too much stuff from the early days of .NET, and it skews results. So if you're looking for stuff in .NET framework, even if you specify, because the way Microsoft have named things, right? You can't avoid the
ASP.NET
word
4.
framework. Yeah, you end up with articles from 2011. You're like, they have no relevance. they rarely have relevance.
I still
at this
get
point.
2003 stuff.
Yeah, it's mixed with so much stuff that it's very hard to navigate. And
Like, what
yeah,
do I currently have?
or the worst one now, I'm finding a lot more of. I find the question, there is no answer.
Yeah.
It hasn't been
Oh,
answered for
gosh.
years.
I remember I was looking for Jason's serializer because it was having issues populating an immutable list. And the answer ended up being because I was using internal on that specific property, internal set instead of private set. And so everything that I was looking at was, here's how you can do system.text.json for private set for private properties, and nothing ever said anything about what happens when it's internal. So I had to use my own brain to come up with an answer. But anyway, point is, I was getting answers from like 2018, and I'm of course using the more recent system.text.json stuff, and so that stuff is not anywhere close to how system.text.json works anymore.
On a good side on Stack Overflow, I asked a question about X11, like, I think it was 6 years or so ago, and I did manage to get an answer, because that's such a niche thing that no one had answered it, and someone wanted the cred. And okay, so the answer was basically you're using the wrong version, look at this spec instead, but close enough. I got forward, or I managed to go forward with that. Because who does X11 these days? And I just killed the discussion.
No, you didn't.
Silence.
Sorry. it was very comfortable.
Just waiting for it.
Yeah, I was typing in response to, are you all using Blazor? And I'm like, I want to make sure that everyone does know that I love Blazor. I think it's very versatile and you can use it from now until the end of time and it'll just get better. But that isn't the only opinion. And a lot of people are like, Blazor just isn't stable enough yet. Blazor is going to get dropped, just like Silverlight got dropped. I mean, that's still out there somewhere. Or Blazor just doesn't do the things I want it to do, or I already know this other framework and I don't want to learn a new one. Plenty of reasons not to use Blazor as well, and I recognize it, and I say that they are valid as well.
Yeah.
But I love it.
And I love Netrunner.
God.
Doing web forms.
Oh, that's quite the declaration. You've only known each other for 5 minutes.
Right here on stream,
Did
you
you
heard
get
it
that?
first.
I think it's kind of weird.
I wouldn't fight
with-
anyone. I would say, guys,
No.
you can have your opinions and believe it as much as you want, but I'm going to do my own research and have my own experiences, and it's working amazingly for the company that I'm working for.
I mean, to jump in on that conversation, obviously, I'm one of those people, right? I am one
Yeah,
of the people that
which is
doesn't believe
another
in
reason
Blazor.
I respect. Yeah.
I have many reasons, and maybe it does feel more baked tonight. Maybe next time I decide to pass on by it, it'll feel better. Up until now, it's just not felt like what I want to use it for. Well, stable or committed from Microsoft, and it's felt disjointed and dysfunctional. Maybe it's my approach to software development. Maybe it's my approach to how I'm building my client out. Maybe if I tried doing SSR through Angular, I'd be trying to tear my hair out and being like, okay, now I understand why Blazor solves the problem, and I'll go back. But it's I don't discount it. It's just something I don't want to focus on, and I've not enjoyed the experience of it. Having been trying it since it launched, it's not like I've never given it a try.
Right.
It's 6 years old now,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you
I
can
think
still
It
call
could be
that
stable at this point,
new,
in my
if you want.
opinion. But
Well, but it's Microsoft have flip-flopped on the features a little bit. They've not.
Yeah,
Its
I agree with this.
documentation now struggles through years of. Again, it's the same problem with Stack Overflow, right? Because it's evolved and they've changed how you do things. The documentation doesn't always match up with what you're reading, so you've got all these different ways.
Yeah, and I can attest to that. The amount of grievances I have with the Blazor documentation, oh god. I am
Just watch an
specific-
Emporium Guy stream. You'll know what we're talking about.
Yeah, like one of the things that I really dislike with at least the way how Microsoft does with this document,
guys
or
read
at
how
least,
to do-
how they, is the fact, it's like, why not decide on, doing Blazor in a certain way? I mean, you're already doing your opinionated way to do Aspire now. Why not, decide on one way to do Blazor instead of changing, some way to do, spin up a Blazor project every LTS release?
yeah, that's kind of annoying.
It's like, you're already okay. It's like fair, Microsoft. You have decided, you want to take this approach, and you're doing that with Aspire. So why not decide the same thing with Blazor?
I think we as a community are kind of at fault there. So we keep chasing new technologies. So Microsoft are delivering technologies to us. We then kind of give them feedback as to, and it kind of goes into my conversation from yesterday. How do you approach feedback? Like, they try and implement what people are asking for. They're trying to change the framework to fit the need and keep developers in their ecosystem at the same time. They've got all these different challenges to face, right? And those frameworks have evolved and been changed and adapted to fit what we ask from them. And then you can't relaunch the framework every time you change the way it works. So you end up with this mishmash of different styles and ideas as it is refined and stabilized.
And then you do restart the entire framework, but you reuse the same name, and suddenly, as soon as you search for something, you can't use that because it was Net Framework and not Net Core.
True.
That was a lose-lose. If we'd have said, hey, you shouldn't have named it .NET, you should have named it something else.
You couldn't name it .com. or .org.
But it's still. The thing is, it's still in, because the .NET framework is a specific. Well, .NET framework is an implementation of a specification, right? They just updated the specification and then re-engineered to the specification. So they were hard pressed. Like C# is a language specification. It's not an actual. It's their implementation of that specification. And since day one, Microsoft released that. That's how Mono came about. That's how we got to where we are now, because Microsoft created it as a specification rather than a language and whatnot first.
I mean, that has always been open.
Mm-hmm.
The implementation used to be closed, but the specification and like
Yeah.
this is how you do it, that's always been open. I just checked on a thing. Microsoft is really good in general with backwards compatibility. When did Silverlight go out of support? EOL, without
1812.
without looking it up, guys.
Round about the same time Blazor launched, I believe it was finally end of life. Because I was working on I was brought into a project in 2014. I finally got rid of Silverlight in 2016. Actually, it might have been earlier than that. It was truly EOL, without looking it up.
It was 2021.
Actually, they end of life it in 2021. They supported it a lot long. Wow.
And I mean, for the last, I don't know, 10 years or something, it was only security updates, but...
Actually, okay. Right. Because the moment I got into the application, I was like, there's a big Silverlight chunk here, because we had an application that was built on, it was ASP.NET, but it had a big chunk of it that was Silverlight. I was like, no, we're getting rid of this. It took me 2 years to stabilize, then replace.
And I mean, web forms and net framework are still in support. Yeah.
Oh, there's that much out
They're
there,
not
right?
dead yet. Huh?
There's that much out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be for much longer, but they're still supporting it, and they're still dedicated to, oh, if we have security issues, we are going to patch it.
Yeah, that's a fair way to look at it.
Yeah. And then we have .NET X now, all the new versions, which are like, all right, so you have a year and a half, and then we're throwing this to the side.
Oh,
again, but they're not making. I mean, Snavel made the point about Microsoft getting like, if they add too much, they get complaints about it overcomplicating. If they don't add enough, then it's like, well, you didn't add very much.
Yeah.
They've got to keep moving it forward, and I think that's the compromise. Is they release on a cadence that is, clear. They're setting goals that give is clear expectations, because they got criticized in the past for just launching when they needed to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're going to release .NET 4.7 now, and we're going to release .NET 4.8 now, or we're going to whatever. They weren't very clear about those timelines, and they got in trouble for that, because then organizations couldn't plan on things. Well, now you can say, okay, well, we're going to support every LTS release. So you've got a year working on the interim release, knowing that it's not going to be majorly different because that version's been stabilized into the LTS. You've got a year to figure out that transition, and it gives you that time.
Yeah. I mean, you're 100% right. And the issue when you have these short support windows, though, even the LTS is, was it 2 or 3 years?
Very short.
Yeah. Companies that don't have their own development teams and have to hire consultants all of a sudden have to hire consultants
Like me.
way more often, which is great when you're like me and you're a consultant. Maybe not so great for the customer.
If you've got people developing software for you, that should be very clear from the outset that you're going to have to keep hiring them to make sure your software's up to date, because even if it's just security things, you still need to keep an eye on those things constantly.
Yeah, that's a new stance we have, by the way. I fully agree with that. But I've also lived in the time where we would spin up a Windows server, install some software, and leave it completely alone for the rest of its lifetime. Like, without running Windows Update, like nothing. We would run nothing. Yeah. So, I do like start to see these software infrastructure as like a garden that you need to tend and weed, even just to keep it nice, and then like maybe reboot a server that mysteriously died, that kind of stuff. And I am the operations. I represent all operations in chat. And by the way, I have been spamming chat with replies to various people, but
oh yeah,
anyway.
Me too. Like Marcus Voice Coder's comment about, it's relatively trivial to bump up the version year by year as long as you are keeping up with that. The one thing that does happen that not a lot of us see because we are mostly working in web applications is there are some system level situations that just get dropped from the Windows API or get revamped entirely on how it gets used in the newest .NET version. So it's still not very trivial to update between major releases.
Yeah.
Quick aside, rollers. Visual Studio is built with Framework. Yes, there's one example of many.
Get away from it.
Yeah.
The issue
Wasn't it really?
that I'm
Wasn't
seeing
Visual Studio
with
originally built with
C++.
WinForms.
No, it was C++
and it's
because
converted to
Visual
Oh, yeah.
Studio comes from the late 90s,
Oh, yeah.
before
Yeah,
.NET
yeah.
existed.
Um,
So the
I
core
think
of it
the
is
first studio version was 2001, but before that was Visual C++ and Visual
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
The individual ones. Yep.
I still have those CDs.
Mm-hmm.
Throw them away.
Yes,
No,
my
never.
big issue right now as a consultant, stepping back one step, sorry, is that going to a customer and saying, yes, they released a new update and it has these security features that, I mean, that's a problem or could be a problem, that's sellable. Going out to a previous customer saying, yes, they updated the version and it might be a bit faster, but other than that, you'll have zero business use of it. Please give me, I don't know, $5,000. That's harder to sell.
Yeah, that's a fair argument.
See Visual Studio being a Maui app someday. That'd be awesome.
20 years. Sit, wait for it. Or
In 20 years.
in 20 years, also, it might be Visual Studio Code finally grows to be so slow to be. They have to introduce a Copilot studio that's trimmed down. And
Microsoft will just buy JetBrains.
I mean, in
And
20
maybe-
years, we won't even be coding the same. We won't write actual code. We will give something the description, and it'll create it for us.
whatever.
And
You're
then
going to be
fine-tune it from
rotating
there.
certificates in production.
Yeah,
During
that's still going to
downtime.
be a thing forever.
That will, yeah. And they'll be like, a cert manager, it fixes your problems, but you got to make sure the cert manager Autobot is running, and yours died. Anyway,
Snobble, I love you and all, but I'm not sure if I will respect your opinion on anything being too slow when your test data is a C# file with like 115,000 lines of code.
that's interesting.
It may not be the fastest, but I'm not sure if I would call it slow if it's slow for you.
Oh, good heavens.
Now I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I find. I mean, I don't need to do a JetBrains sale, but like I do find Rider to be a much better
It's
environment.
okay.
to
We
work
have a
with C#.
disclaimer. You can sell
well,
anything you want.
opinionated developers, not people selling stuff. But yeah, I mean, I find the JetBrains suite to be a really useful tool set. I mean, I can use the database manager inside of Rider if I wanted, but I use DataGrip separately. I use WebStorm for the Angular stuff because it's just a cleaner separation. And you know, for the .NET stuff, Rider has just been just fantastic. I've tried to open Liquid Sky in Visual Studio several times, and it's just a painful process. It tries to open 79 projects. It doesn't do too well.
Well, I don't know. First of all, I'm with you. I'm a JetBrains fan. I have the tattoos. I can't show them to you. That would be a curated stream. But I have the tattoos, so I love it. I do think, like, I have one coworker who he uses JetBrains on a Mac, and like when I load the project in Visual Studio to like update a reference or edit a Helm chart or something really dumb, when I'm touching the project, it's something dumb. But when I open up the project in Visual Studio, like he has done nothing to make it nice for me, and so I end up like doing my change and then committing all the changes that Visual Studio automatically makes. And I will say the slowness, like, yeah, it's slow. but like, I honestly think it's like coffee break time. If you're at the 79 project level, it's like quick break while you think about life. And just try, like, there's also that JetBrains setting that builds the on load, which I love, man. Have you turned that on?
I haven't really had this issue, and I've been in projects with hundreds of libraries in it.
Really?
Not since they started doing asynchronous loading. Line, I posted an image that I borrowed from Snobble in the VC chat. Just if you want to see something scary.
This button. I see .NET. Oh, VC chat. Right, I forgot. You could use the same room that we are in and post chat there, in case you didn't know about that.
I did not know that.
It's cool. Why is this scary? I'm opening it on screen.
Look at the line count.
Oh god.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little bit bigger than mine. What about plain Vi? Again, if you are strong in it and you can move around in it and you're not even most, you enjoy working in it, then absolutely, but it's not for me.
That generated
Definitely
file.
not for me.
Orlan, the auto completion
No, this looks
in
like
Writer or
auto-generated.
Visual Studio, the full one, not VS Code, are so good. They help you learn to program in C#. I mean that, and I don't like Visual Studio Code has some auto completion and syntax highlighting, but Vim, if you get the Vim with the LSP, it's not going to be the same. But some people learn enough syntax that it's like fine. I don't know. I do Vim mode. I have the authority to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? No?
This is gonna be a war.
I will also say, is that open in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code? Because my Vim plugin dies if I open big log files that big.
I think that looks like Studio.
It's Visual Studio.
Big Studio, but we'll have to ask our dear friend in chat.
No,
It's full studio, yeah.
Visual Studio, okay. Yeah. VS Code.
We're talking about the same guy here who gave me a bug report about not being able to open XML files with no docs. And then he told me what kind of XML file he was trying to open, and it was a couple of 100,000 lines of XML. And I'm like, yeah. So I added a max limit, and if you're over the max limit, it just hides everything. Doesn't even try to parse it anymore.
Yeah, seriously. How would you manage source control with a file that large?
So he's red teaming your software. He's aggressively exploring the boundaries. You're fuzz testing, Fuel. You know, you're a functional person. You don't know. Anyway.
I just tried to open Liquid Sky in Visual Studio just to see, and it maxed my CPU out and
his voice.
Oh no! And you're crashing.
Your audio is bad.
Yeah, it's kind of weird though because I was also working at the Sagetti job. I was working in a project that only had in a solution that only had 40 or 50 projects, or maybe it was 67, but that opened fine. So I don't know.
I just tried opening a customer project over here, and it is 120 projects, I believe. And my CPU hit 65% over a couple of seconds, and then went down. In my defense here, or whatever, and this is a humble brag, but I got it 5950X with 32 threads, so it's very good at parallelizable
Parallelization.
Would you say it is it rips through threads? Would you say it rips
It's actually not a Threadripper.
Jeez.
Oh, it isn't? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's the biggest Ryzen 9 you could get on the 5th yen.
I'm gonna
That's
get a thread.
disappointing.
I'm gonna set up my own server one day. And it's gonna have a Threadripper. It's gonna be fun.
I only have a 5800X.
gigs of RAM minimum.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers of any.
900X. But
Sorry?
then you can get them, and a store close to me is, they suddenly got two 5950s, and I was like, all right, so I'm getting a 5950 then, I guess.
Yeah, I have no idea what these numbers mean.
I have a 5800X in this with 128 gig of memory. That's
Oh, that's
And
all.
Same with the
generally
memory.
good. So the memory gives me plenty of, I can run all the Docker stuff for Liquid Sky, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, my memory was
I
the
have a
same thing.
computer
It was
with
like,
hardware
all right, so I
specs.
can't get a kit of the size I want, so I guess I'll just step up a size and get a bigger kit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I built my current machine during the silicon shortage of, was it 21?
It wasn't that long
Yeah.
ago. That's all I
Yeah.
remember.
21
Around
or
2021, yeah.
Yeah. So you had to kind of take what you
Angie-
got. And I took things that
Angie
were
is an
bigger than
Intel
what I
machine.
intended. I did save money by
Angie-
transplanting my old graphics card, though. Sorry, go Lion. I keep talking over you.
No, you're fine. Again, it's my mistake for misjudging when you're actually done with your thought. The computer that I'm streaming from is an Intel, and I think all of my computers are Intel machines. So that's probably why I don't recognize these numbers that you guys are seeing.
which up
This
until
one was
recently
my-
hasn't been a big problem. The more recent Intels, the higher end ones, are quite the power hungry ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's been where AMD's got a foothold recently. Is that Intel have just been trying to play catch up on the gaming perspective, and it's been costing them.
True.
That's an Intel i9. This one's an Intel i7. And
Yeah, i9 is basically a 5900 or a 5950.
Yeah.
And if we compare like my gen to that. So 5950 was the biggest CPU you could get on the consumer side.
I'm on Team Red.
In Intel's case, before you went over to Xeon.
I mean, I'm still never going to remember any of these. Like, even if I set up my own machine, I would put it together based off of recommendations on what I should be using that someone else says.
But
And
it's the
leave-
same
AMD
thing.
suffer a
Both
lot.
Intel and AMD, bigger number, gooder, right?
Yeah, true.
To Guy's point, Intel, AMD did themselves a lot of harm. If you go back 10 years and look at the CPUs, they weren't as good. That generation where a lot of people were getting into computers more and more.
Oh, yeah.
So AMD CPUs since the Ryzen series have come out have been ever more stable. They had some issues in the what is that? In the 7000 series, they had a few issues, but they've done well overall. And it's funny because a recent update to Windows unlocked a huge jump in performance on AMD processors going back to the beginning of the Ryzen chip that Windows had been holding off on some scheduling stuff, and yeah, it bumped the performance up of the AMD processors even further. So they've been working hard to recover that reputation. But yeah, they did have that, but it sticks with them, right? It's why people go NVIDIA graphics cards over over ATI or AMD now.
ATI, that was a while ago.
True.
Yeah.
I don't even recognize
AMD
that.
used to be the better economy option. If you wanted performance, you went Intel. If you wanted more bang for your buck, you went AMD. But these days, with the Ryzen, they kind of turned around for a bit there. But I think Intel is kind of getting back in the game. Am I wrong?
Yeah, yeah. The latest generation of Intel processors, if you look at them, they had the issues because again they're chasing it's the gaming that's the big thing to chase, right? From a performance perspective, the latest generation of Intels are better at productivity, without a doubt. They crush the AMD processors on productivity. But if you go in anywhere near gaming, the 9800X 3D just demolishes the Intel options. And the AMD's a lower power as well, as the Intels have been.
Fuel brings up an important point. AI is the big thing, and I'm just going to restate it as a fact. So whenever the chip makers catch up, like that will actually make some performance changes that matter. I guess Apple's been doing it with like power consumption, but we'll see if you can run these big local or large language models. Blech. Anyway,
opinion. Do we end up with? So do you remember when when 3D graphics really started to take off and they started to develop physics cards? Remember that when we used to get add-on cards to do physics, right? Physics.
NVIDIA physics cards,
that eventually got merged into NVIDIA, and right. Do we end up with AI focused?
Oh, we do.
Cards?
We have it.
Already do.
I'm typing it out right now.
For consumer machines.
Yeah, we got them on Apple.
They're called NPUs. And Apple, the M1 and the M2 chips have them built in. But NPUs are a separate processor.
I know about.
Do you mean expansion cards with NPU?
I mean expansion cards, for that purpose, for local AI stuff, rather than using graphics.
Not
That's what I'm saying.
For
sounds crazy.
Consumer products. Consumer products will probably use the one on board on the motherboard or on the CPU. But on the server market, it wouldn't surprise me if you got, because right now they're all running on CUDA, right? On graphics cards. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's going to switch over to purely neural chips or cards at some point.
Well, I mean, like what TBD is getting at is, will we have expansion cards that will enhance or add more processing power to your local AI stuff? And so there are a couple ways to look at it.
On consumer, no. That's my
guess. There's a couple ways to look at it. There might be enough people that are like, I don't want my LLMs, I don't want my AI stuff in the cloud. I want my own local copy of this massively powerful AI thing so that no one gets my data. So there might be enough consumers that want that there will be this market for, well, let's say you some GPU RAM card that's only there for loading your model. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
so I
think that the MPU on chip should be enough for most single users.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of highly specialized, and from a cost point of perspective, not a lot of, even if people do want to expand on their processing power, I would assume they would not be happy to pay extra for an expansion slot that they might have to change on a later date.
Yeah, I think people are willing to spend money if they. People will pay $2,500 for a 4090 to get the best gaming, right?
Yeah. And the last $1,000 there will give them 5 FPS or something in game.
The 4090 is a powerhouse, but it's a big card that costs a lot of money and needs its own little nuclear power plant to run it. But it's
but is it that much better than the 4080?
I use free energy.
Yeah, it is. It is. The significant. The 4090 is significant. The 4090 is not cheap. It's still 15. The 4090, the 4080 is still like a $1,500 card.
Yeah.
So we're not talking. NVIDIA have bumped us up our expectations of what is good pricing for these cards.
Yeah.
The high end, the 9 series, the high end NVIDIA cards were like $600 for a 980.
Yeah.
I had a 8800 back in the day, and I think I spent $700 on it, and that was baller. That was the best thing you could get for money.
True.
At 4K res, they matter. These cards matter. At 4K res, at 1080p, they don't.
Yeah, I remember I
And
had like
120
the
hertz.
NVIDIA 970, I think, and that cost me like around 350. And considering even for a mid-range card, it cost about 350. You really got your bang for a buck, for that price. So it's kind of appalling, even if you had to say inflation and whatnot. It's kind of appalling that a card with the same caliber of the 1970 during 97 during its time now costs around easily like $600 to maybe $700. It's
I think it's even more.
So me and my friend a few years ago, we bought a load of graphics cards just before in the 2000 series, because once we saw that ray tracing was becoming a good thing, we bought a bunch of graphics cards. We bought a bunch of AMDs and NVIDIA cards to test them, right? To like get our own data on all these reviews, like, oh, it's going to do ray tracing, it's going to do 4K gaming. 4K gaming at a decent frame rate is still difficult on the high-end graphics cards. Anything below the high-end graphics cards, it's still quite an ask to get actual 4K without upscaling, without using the fancy upscaling technologies that drop the actual image down to 1080p or 720p and then stretch it all out using
you mean native 4K?
Yeah, native 4K gaming is still not achievable in most games. And they've been promising 4K gaming since I think we said the 7 or the 8 series NVIDIA cards. I have a 980 Ti. And that has on the front of the box true 4K gaming. Yeah, 4K gaming at like 25 frames a second is not 4K gaming. It's a 4K picture show, but
we'll see.
But then again,
the 5000 is coming out in early 25.
Again, another reason for Nvidia to milk more money out of everyone.
Yeah,
true.
And Nvidia and Intel seem to have just been throwing more power at things, which is a scarier trend.
Yeah, and that's something that I don't really understand. Like, we keep getting more power-hungry systems that consumers are using, which is putting more stress on our power grid in general.
Which is kind of why I was like asking maybe the AI question, like the expansion card, because from a power perspective, if there's processors that are better power efficiency for doing the processing than dumping it on a GPU, which is generalizing it, then or you don't want to buy a GPU, spend $2,000 and have a chunk of it reserved for AI processing if you can buy a dedicated card that has more AI processing. But from a power efficiency perspective, these servers that we run the AIs on, they're not cheap to run, and they like a friend of mine, I don't know where he got the information, but he's talking about Microsoft is basically resurrecting power plants that have been decommissioned.
Yeah, that's some of the most futuristic news. There's like a lot of companies paying for nuclear.
We just need 0 point already. We're so
pretty
close to
We're going to turn that around, though. The new Mac Mini, and I'm going to say something that I never thought I'd say, seems like a really good computer, both in terms of power draw and in terms of price. The issue is that they really neutered it in other ways. If you're going to get the base model, you get 256 gigs of storage, which is like, that's not something you get in 2024. But compute-wise, it's apparently a really competent little machine that just sips power.
Yeah. I mean,
and no one says anything because I said Mac and Apple.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it is kind of appalling if Mac is providing, value. It's kind of like, where has the world gone to if Mac is actually providing you good value for your money?
That's the hater talk. I love it.
Mensworth is the biggest fan of Apple.
I am not.
If you get him on the stream talking about Apple products, it's just He's such a fan.
I am not. I am a professional Mac hater. I will hate on Mac every single time that I get the chance to.
Yeah, likewise. I really don't like the Mac OS or what
You got
Apple
the
has
attitude.
done over the years, but right now you can get a computer for $700 that has the compute power of a $2,500 PC. If we're only talking about compute, then you start going into different things and it falls off really quickly. If you just want to build a compute cluster, suddenly Mac Minis aren't a bad deal.
The M4 Mac Minis are an interesting, like they do definitely propose to there's a little bit of value there. I have been tempted because I would like to try and build what I do on stream in a Mac or something, but I don't. My MacBook is from 2017 and only has 16 gig of memory, and Liquid Sky will make it crumble. You know, it's. I've been tempted by an M4 Mini.
I've been tempted to take all of our PCs and put them in the closet over there and run some cables to the TVs because I am tired of the computer sounds. The end. That's my story.
It's not a bad idea. Have a look at what
Yeah.
Linus did.
Let's get used to the
I mean,
home.
he always does things to 500, and he does it very yankily. But
What?
it's doable for not a lot of money if you're talking about somewhat fewer amount of systems. We run optical Thunderbolt cables and optical display ports, and you can basically put your computer anywhere.
Yeah, but I need zero audio lag, or as close to zero audio lag as I can get, and optical is not good.
Long ass cables.
Long cables either.
Oh god. I may be in the minority here. I like to see my cables.
Well, I like seeing my computers. They're cool. Like, I want to keep the cases there, but I don't want fans spinning and yeah, just all the
take
noise.
your
they
old
make.
cases, keep all your RGB, and just take out the computers.
Yeah.
Oh
Perfect.
god.
I was
So-
like, my server rack is just going to be a whole bunch of motherboards from my existing computers and their
Yeah.
hardware.
Have you heard the term BLU at any point? Something they use in movies. Stands for blinking lights unit. You know, when people
No.
enter tech spaces and stuff like that, and they have walls of just blinking lights that do absolutely nothing.
Oh, like the old
Oh, that's
Star
crisp.
Wars.
Yeah, and Stargate and more recent stuff as well. They keep reusing things as well. So there was a whole site about following one specific BLU through movies. And it's like, yes, they took the same thing and they added some little piece and reused it. Among others, it was Joshua from War Games. Was a BLU that was reused over and over and over again. You know, the computer, do you want to play
Yeah,
a
that's
game?
kind of loud.
Thermonuclear war.
I'm
So my
actually
fan
familiar with
noise,
Yeah, your fan noise
Is-
is audible now.
it's base level, the same level that I have the music at.
that. Oh good heavens.
That's crazy.
That's good. All right, y'all. I'm gonna try and what's this? Wrangle this stand up. We've been doing estimation, and we have been arguing about this one estimation task for
Oh,
far too
no.
long. And,
No,
with that
nobody should
said-
ever do estimation.
I mean, we will have more estimation meetings immediately after. We're gonna schedule another 4-hour block, however long it takes. But with that said, I give this story 2 grapes and a large T-shirt. No blockers.
Nice.
Good heavens.
Nice.
I mean, if you guys think we're gonna take 15 minutes on stand up, we could do that now, but you guys are definitely having some really interesting conversations, and I love it. So you're free to continue.
Was
I was gonna
it?
say, I could use NVIDIA Broadcaster Guy Creative, but I already had Crisp from when I first started streaming. I was like, I need something because I had a really crappy headset mic, and I got Crisp, and it sounded awesome. So then I started paying for it.
I tried it out and I didn't like it for some reason. It used a lot of resources
I love
for
it.
what it did. Broadcast, I mean.
Oh, NVIDIA Broadcast, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It
I mean,
used
I
a
use
lot
it
of
for my camera.
resources for not that much of a gain. But if you have a dedicated graphics card just to run NVIDIA Broadcast, then sure, go for it.
No, the graphics card in this machine is only like a 2080, I think.
Yeah.
Same here.
I'm probably the only one. I still run with my 1050 Ti.
I mean, I have a
You stream off
1080
that?
in the computer.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. If you don't game, you don't need more. For streaming, I mean.
Yeah. You don't need the response.
I was on a 1070, and then
2080.
yeah, I literally cracked the card. I bent it until it didn't work because I'm an idiot. And I wanted to fit my computer in a case that wouldn't fit that graphics card. So it stopped working. So in anger and sadness, I ran to the store and got myself a 2080. And I was actually planning on skipping the 20 series because RTX.
Can we just back up there a little bit? You tried to fit the graphics card in the wrong size case and bent it.
Yeah. So I had a 1070
Ah.
first. It was two slots wide,
Right.
and that fit in my ITX chassis. Then I went and got a 1070 Ti. Actually, I stole it from work. I run my own company, so I'm allowed to steal things from work.
Uh-huh.
I was going to put that in. The issue is that that's 2.5 units or 2.5 slots,
Right.
but I only had 2 slots in my case. So I may have used wooden, like, it's called
Dowels?
butter knives.
Oh.
Try and just force the card in at a slight angle.
Oh God, no.
And it worked.
This is why
It
I
worked
don't do
great.
hardware. I would do something like this.
It worked great for a very short while, and then it just went black, and I was like,
Once the solder gave up on the pins and popping off the board.
yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Once the crack started
motherboard was
appearing in the
fine.
silicon.
Yeah, the motherboard was fine. The graphics card, not so much.
Like
It's
right
like,
now? Right now I'm not, Gabriel, but I do play Hogwarts Legacy when I'm playing video games.
I
Currently.
actually installed that yesterday. For the
It's
first
pretty
time I ever
fun.
played it.
I hope you enjoy it.
Full disclaimer: I don't get into the Harry Potter thing. I never
Yeah,
read.
I don't either,
I
but
read
it's a
3 of the
fun
books
game.
at my wife's request. I read 3 of the books because basically I can put the movies onto. It's guaranteed to send me to sleep if I put a Harry Potter movie on. I can't make it 30 minutes in without being fast asleep, and that's been the same for like the last 15 years.
I'm gonna have to agree with this.
But the game, I will try the game.
Yeah, it's really
Let's get it
fun
on
in
the
my
system.
opinion.
I think the issue with Harry Potter is that you age out of it, or you aged out of it. If you watched the first one when it was a movie for you, the movies would keep being a movie for you as new ones got released. Like the first ones were kid movies, and then they turned into teen movies, and then like the last 2 are fairly dark because they're aimed at like 19, 20-year-olds.
Yeah, true.
So that was actually a really
Yeah,
smart
I
decision.
will say that
We'll
I
make
did like,
7 movies or whatever it is, and keep the same audience the whole way. Sorry,
Yeah,
Ryan.
I did like the Hallows. Is that what the last 2 are called? Something
yeah,
of
Deadly
Hallows.
Yeah.
Deadly Hallows. I did like them.
Mhm.
The thing that I don't like about the Harry Potter universe is hard magic and the way that they do it. Like the rules and stuff. Yeah, I just don't like their magic.
I agree. I agree with you on that. The rules of magic, or I've read through the books. You know, I was more like I was kind of forced to read through the books. And a lot of the magic system are so convoluted. It's like, you know, whoever I understand, you know, I understand the author was trying to present like some sort of magical story to it, but you know, they didn't think through. It's kind of like asking a non-game dev to think of a magic system. Yeah, that won't work well.
Our magic system is you click the thing you want to kill and then you press 4.
True.
That's the system.
Guy says, I'm dressed as Harry Potter right now. It helps me write magic. What's magic?
I just looking at it. I was 21 when the first movie
Edward, obviously.
released.
Yeah, and then you were the wrong age for it.
And Memsworth here, if memory serves, was about 3 when the first movie released.
Yes, probably. Nah, I would think I was probably 5.
In 2001? Were you 5 in 2001?
Okay. Oh no, yeah, you're right. No, yes, I was 5 in 2001.
Were you? You were born.
Yeah.
You were born.
1997. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was.
But then
5.
those movies might have aged with you.
Yeah, the movie's kind of aged with me. I do agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a sucker
That's
for
a really
anything
smart way of
fantasy.
doing it, I think.
I'll give it a try at least, and I'll most likely find something to enjoy in it, but I won't necessarily endorse it as, oh my gosh, you have to check out this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like his Dark Material. I really liked it ish. And then I watched Polar Express. Not a good idea. Don't watch it in that order. Not Polar Express. Is it Polar Express?
Oh god, I remember that.
What was his Dark Material based off of? Yeah, Polar Express was the Tom Hanks one. His Dark Material is the series version of Golden Compass. Thank you, Peter. And I'm like, Golden Compass was bad, in my opinion. It was really bad.
Yeah, I think I fell asleep during that.
It was just so disjointed because you don't get all of the backstory and stuff, and you don't understand where these things are coming from. They're just scene by scene. Here's a scene, let's do action. Here's a scene, let's do action.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. Anyway.
I'm not sure because I've read all the books, but my feeling is a bit like the Wheel of Time show that's being made by, I think, Amazon. Isn't that kind of the same thing, that if you don't have the backstory,
Full context,
kind of disjointed?
I don't know. I really enjoyed Wheel of Time.
Yeah, same. But I know.
But then again, I haven't read the books.
All right, so you could make sense of what was going on. I mean, I know all these cities. I know where they are on the map. Yeah. And the magic system is not quite what it is in the show, but that's because showing the magic system from the books would be really, really difficult. I think.
Oh, that's what I was doing.
The last books are actually really good, Snobel. After he died and the other guy took over. Sorry, I'm not finding names in my brain at the moment.
That's good. Don't say names because spoilers and stuff.
No, but I mean names as in the author. Brandon Sanderson took over because the original author died.
That's what you meant. Yeah, I didn't know that.
And the books, the last couple of books are really good. The last book in the series is a fairly big tome. I think it's like 600 or 700 pages, and I read that in 2 days. No, Netrunner, the original book author. Rob Jordan was his pen name.
Oh, okay. There's something.
So
This is
he.
my magic system. Where's the text?
Properties of summoning.
Yeah, so there's summoning, there's curses, time manipulation,
So when
the
can
way
we
that
read all
elemental
this?
magic works versus arcane magic.
Netrunner, he died, but it was not an unexpected death. He got really sick, but he lived for like 4 years after he got his diagnosis. So he spent like the last, instead of writing the last book, he spent that time writing notes for how the rest of the series should go. And then he picked an author to continue his work.
I'm giving you guys spoilers because one day.
So when will
my
we
books
get
will
to
be
read this?
written. One day soon. Like you're seeing character
I thought
names that you shouldn't ever
OpenAI
see.
something.
Oh, that would be nice. I mean, like I have some
Yeah, that's what I
conversations
meant.
with
I saw a page there. It was like
ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Conversations with ChatGPT, ideas from ChatGPT. So what I did is I took all of the stuff that my wife and I had been accumulating, text files, Word documents, PDFs, and I fed it. Yeah, I fed it as documents for my own GPT that I put it in a document for a new GPT from ChatGPT, and I asked it questions, and I'm able to track what my characters are doing now. And it's such a fun story. It's gonna be so good. Talking up my
But
own
this
thing.
is turning into a book.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Awesome.
I guess I can't really show that one on stream.
No. Yeah, don't spoil everything. It's just
that one
have a
was
lot of notes.
NSFW.
Oh, yeah, but still,
So
you have a lot
it's
of
an
notes
adult
here.
series.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be good. Yeah, tons. And I have ideas on how it's all gonna tie together. We actually know what the core motivations of a certain character are, finally. Like he's been a character that is pivotal to the whole story. Not dragon, although he could be a dragon. We still don't know if James is a dragon or not, but he's darkness, so something. But this other character that's pivotal to the whole story, we figured him out finally. It's insane. It's awesome. I want to write it now. I'm gonna start writing this right now.
Has anyone
Here's
played Code Rad's demo yet?
I downloaded it.
Yeah. It's on my I should get to it list of things.
I have entire shelves full of all sorts of games.
My shelf is called Steam.
Yes, same.
That too.
Yeah.
I just said
I agree.
I downloaded the Harry Potter game, and I've downloaded several other games recently. And yeah, and I've got hooked on Eve.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
you're going to be
Thanks,
playing
Microsoft.
that Excel simulator for a long time now. If you got hooked on it.
So, I grew up playing video games with friends. It is something I enjoy doing. I've loved games since I was very young, and playing Eve, I've actually been able to spend more time with my brother playing Eve.
Oh.
So I think that's why I'm hooked on Eve, because I get to hang out with people in the UK and play. And
That's good.
I am definitely a social gamer. I like this. That's why streaming games would be more appealing. It's just finding the right time to stream, and I can't schedule game streams like I can my coding streams, you know.
No. Yeah, if you have company playing, then absolutely. But when a game gets a first-party Excel integration, something is weird.
True. There's no denying in that. Yeah, there's no denying in that, and that's the reason I kind of went. With like, this is the reason I really left Eve. So my playstyle really revolved around what TBD really hates, which is just I would have a couple of ships. They were responsible just to if there is a resource ship, basically go crash into them and basically hope that your ship destroys the resource ship and you're done with it. And it was nice because you could target critical resource ship, but at the same time when things started to get more lawful, and you can't do that thing much more comparatively to before, and I think that was another reason why I kind of quit. It took too much time, which is kind of sad.
It's my fault. It's because I made it not good anymore. That was just my way of breaking up the chat suddenly and being like, hey, it's time for stand-up.
All right.
So let's do that. Go ahead and start, Emporium guy. Do your stand-up.
Okay, I'm gonna be like a sore leg here. I have no idea what a stand-up is.
Okay, Tyndall, do your stand-up, and then Emporium guy, you can learn from Tyndall.
Yeah. So this week I've deployed my massive migration project. I'm going to be working on authentication and such in a little while, probably next week. But before then, I'm planning on running a code generator script, source generator stream this weekend. And I have no blockers beyond my own knowledge or rather lack of it.
And awesome. So for another example, TBD, please do your stand-up.
So this week, made some solid progress on Liquid Sky. We actually got a version deployed to Kubernetes that we could actually log in and start to use, which has identified all sorts of other problems. I then learned that I've updated the MongoDB library without testing the MongoDB again. So that's bad of me. Mongo changed how they use GUIDs, so I have to export the data or re-import the data, which means that next week I might actually be working on ETL tools sooner than I intended. Because they're going to be necessary.
I have one that you could use.
So yeah, that'll be next week. So no particular blockers, but that's me for now.
Cool. Now Emporium guy.
All right. I think I got a gist of this. If I really had to be more specific, so I started with Advent of Code, and I was able to clear about 4 days of it, which is a milestone considering the fact that I am really bad when it comes to algorithms. So that's that. I was able to continue working on refactoring the API, my movie reviewer API that I'm using to build my application, and I was able to successfully add in the authentication using Auth0 in it. And now I could say for sure that the backend is in some sense done, and for starting for tonight or tomorrow, I will start working on the front end, and I'm gonna make it as bare bones as is possible because I do not want to look at front end ever in my life.
Awesome. And he just dropped the mic after that too. And for mine, I just finished up getting the functionality I was working on before completed, which was refreshing my field mapping list while the field mapper configuration is open. So next I'm going to move on to getting the upload of the model into the database so that we can do record checks on the new data. And then the last thing that we have for this, after getting this upload process, is to make the actual UI for the users and put it in an actual application for them to use. So that's what we're going to do. And we just got rated, so I probably then will just change the name of the stream instead of doing what I have been doing, which is stopping the stream and then starting my actual stream. And we're just going to continue from there. So thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thindle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emporium.
Always looking forward to Fridays. Take care, everyone.
Have a great weekend, all.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, so that bye that you just heard was not me ending the stream. That was our community day just ending. So I do have a little bit of setup to do for title and stuff. But thank you so much, Anna, for the raid. While I'm setting this up and changing titles, man, that means that I'm gonna have to split this video up manually. You know what? I'm just gonna leave the title the same, and I'll put it in the playlist for my workday and the project and the community day streams. But yeah, thank you so much, Anna. If you have to run to class or anything, definitely feel free to do so. But of course, you know, I was lurking in your stream earlier, hanging out with you. Now I need to find other people to lurk on. Like Kenny and CodeRad and Cutie Kitty and It's Blake. So those would be my 4 for now until Irish John starts his stream. Okay, so we're going to transition over into workday stuff. So what I do on my stream, for those of you that are new here, is I work on my work product so that you can, well, the main reason that I started streaming, I'm gonna go way back. The main reason I started streaming from the very beginning is that I've been a solo developer since the beginning of time, and I had haven't seen the poof. My hair. I've been a solo developer since the beginning of time, and I hadn't really had the opportunity to speak with other developers. Oh, the poof kitten. Zelda. And so during COVID, I decided that I would start streaming and got a lot of feedback from people and was able to talk with other developers. And when I was streaming my day job because I was doing it during work hours. Of course, I was allowed to do so. And then after about 4 years of that, maybe 5 years of that, I got a new job, and then I wasn't able to stream my work product anymore. So then I was just streaming a side project for a couple hours every other day. And since then, I have now gone back to working the same projects that I was working before, but as my own company, contracted to work directly with that client. And so I am now able to stream my work product again. And so we are just going through the process of it. So now what I'm streaming for is, one, the engagement of still being able to interface with other developers and other smart, wonderful, cool people. You don't even have to do software development. You're just awesome. So I love hanging out with you guys. And 2, so that people who are afraid to go into software development as a career will see someone that is working in software development as a career, specifically doing .NET applications. Hopefully as motivation and encouragement that if I can do it, you certainly can. So I'm going to scroll up in chat so that I can say hello to everyone that just came in with the raid with the perfect timing. So hello, Anna. What were you doing on your channel? If you feel like talking about it. Always happy to be here. TBD was greeting everyone. Dukasoft was greeting everyone. And Guy Creative said, "And my stand-up, I took a shower this week. No blockers." Napalm did give us a stand-up as well that I wanted to say. And so we do stand-ups at the end of Community Day, which is where you say what you have been doing over the past week, and then what you are doing today, and then what you plan to do in the future, and then if you have any blockers, do you need to connect with anyone, etc., etc. Just as a for fun thing. So Napalm was saying, literally just finished getting Azure Web App private endpoint to blob working. So that's freaking awesome. Plan on doing some AWS studying and unfortunately FDA docs next week. No blockers. Have a good weekend all. Thank you so much for your stand-up. So if anyone does have a stand-up that they feel like giving, now's a good time. It's, yeah, I don't know. Again, because I've been a solo developer for long, I really didn't have the experience of working on a team with any kind of practices like agile or anything else or a stand-up until I moved to that other job that I was at. And then I was on a team and I had that experience, and that experience ended for reasons, and now I'm back to being a solo dev. But this time I get to do it through my own company, which is super duper awesome. Can recommend. So Tricky Lady says to who? No. Yes. Man, like I only scrolled down a little. So Tricky Lady said Anna Sass Dev raid, and then Anna said back to Tricky Lady, I already raided. She wasn't telling you to raid. She was exclaiming that it is a raid. So she said, I was trying to finish the rest of my burger. They were talking about meatless burgers earlier. And then Anna says, good, finish up that delicious burger. Turkey Lady said, I think I'm gonna explode. Shame on you once again for giving me the wrong measurements for normal people. Shame, shame, shame. I don't have a bell nearby to do that for you. Anna said, Tricky, you can't explode. You have to come watch tomorrow's stream as well. Thindle says, such as everyone here, you're all wonderful humans and human adjacent entities. Some of us heading to fourth dimension already. Or fourth density is what I said. Anna says, and I said that in Anna's stream earlier. Anna says, compared to developers like me who just create. I know what OSS stands for, and I'm sure you told me what the F, free and open source? F in open source? Yes, free open source. For the fun of it and don't have a job. I mean, like my entire goal, the goal of what I want Automated Realms to eventually be is a company that creates free open source software, puts it out there, hopefully well-designed, well-developed, fully featured, fully functional software that is worth using, putting it out there in the software development community and allowing people to use it and not charge for it. So that's what I'm working up to. Thindo will burb. Okay. Tricky Lady says, oh no, I gotta sit through even more of that? Aw, that's mean. And it says, was working on my story writing platform. I was just showing during Community Day this application called World Anvil. And it's what I've been using to track all of the notes and stuff. I think we started using it maybe 4 years ago. And we started moving all of our notes and everything that were all over the place. I have files of stuff. I have Excel workbooks of stuff. And finally put them all in here, consolidated all of the thinking stuff, made a timeline. The legend. Yeah, I have a timeline. So So I was just showing that. So I could use a story writing, like for actually writing the manuscripts, story writing app, if that's a thing that your project does. But story writing platform, finally finished the foundation for the API, designing and re-implementing JOT tokens. Tricky Lady was asking, where's my remote detention controller? I don't have one of those. I can't give you one. Guy Creative says, Tricky! Actually, he yelled it. And it says, wish I could join one of the community day events someday. They happen during your stream though. So it's Fridays at 10:30 UTC -7. So 10:30 Mountain Time. This is what time it is currently. So starting 2 hours ago. I don't want to step on your toes, make you cut streams short or anything. Detonation. Gotcha. It was only one missed letter and it completely, well, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, I got you. Wait, you're organized? How do you do that? I'm an INTJ with introverted intuition. Does that answer your question? Thank you for telling me that. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't currently show names, so if you do feel like being recognized for your follow, you can just keep chatting. But thank you so much for the follow. You've been a fantastic member of this entire community. I've seen you many places, and you're just awesome. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting us. I mean, I won't force you to Tricky Lady, but it is great having you. Tricky Lady said, I asked for you. Where are you at? Why did you leave me? Asked Tricky Lady to Guy Creative. Guy Creative says, I thought they were going to start telling jokes. Oh, I decided to redo my YouTube channel before I do the whole stream thing. Cool. Dindle says, streaming is awesome and great fun. Looking forward to seeing you on here. Anna says, indeed it is, Guy Creative. I just make sure you don't get quackers. Humans? Nah, duckies. True. Dindle says, no pressure though. Guy Creative said, I did it for a while and tried to stream video editing, but it's too boring. Maybe I can just hire you to do my video editing and then you could stream that. And then we'd both be in a win-win situation. Finno says, Burb, I require sustenance plus picking up a package. Hope you have a safe trip getting there and getting back. The main dream I have right now, says Anna, is that I'll eventually be able to sustain myself through streaming and be able to work on all my own projects. Well, you can definitely do it. You can absolutely do it. I know you can. World Anvil is a great app indeed. Indeed. Big heart from Tricky Lady. Guy Creative says, that does look cool. If you find the secret, let me know. Oh, to doing that, says Abaddis to Anna. And then Tricky Lady then had a sad face where the I decided blah 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 YouTube stuff. And it says, the secret? What's the secret? I mean, what secret? The secret to being able to sustain yourself. Yeah, that. The secret to making millions streaming. Sustaining myself doesn't take millions, enough to live off and slowly build up a small, nice cushion if things die down is the goal. Yeah, and I'm taking a different approach. I did start my company, Automated Realms, as a software consulting company. I do plan on having it be more than just software consulting, but as I mentioned before, the dream is to be able to make open source software that is freely available, that will just help to improve the overall quality of software in the world, quality of lives. Like my slogan is enhancing life through automation, because I want to take away all of the redundant, repetitive tasks that people don't want to do. I don't want to take them away completely, because there are people that enjoy doing repetitive, redundant tasks. It gives them meaning. So I don't want to take that away from them, but I do want to give the option to people to have automation for things that they don't want to do so they can spend their time doing the things they do want to do. Where are we? Millions. And Evidus says, I don't think I can do a development stream. All the streamers seem to have great hair. My hair is a huge poof right now. That's why I thought Duka was talking about my hair when he said poof, but he was talking about Thindle's cat, Zelda. He has a new emoji where it goes poof. I'm going for the millions indeed. I'm not going for millions though. What I meant by the opposite approach is I established this company and I'm working currently as a consultant. And so I am definitely trying to save from this endeavor, and I'll keep working until it's no longer fun. If it's always fun, then this is what I'll do for the rest of my life. But again, the plan would be to have enough, like you're saying, enough to sustain myself, enough to sustain this lifestyle, and then create all of the OSS stuff. It's just that I really do foresee a future where software development is vastly different than what we're currently doing. So I'm trying to also be forward thinking and find out, is there a way for me to start creating for that future? It's going to be a lot of fun, where everyone gets to do the things that they enjoy. That's what I care about. Anyway, I think I'm going to eat, says Anna. Was fun hanging out, but after a 6-hour stream, I'm quite tired. Definitely understand. Hope to catch a next one. Completely okay. Thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you for being here. Guy Creator said, money won't make you happy. It helps, but success is very demanding. I'm pursuing my PhD in becoming a loser. You're doing great. You're doing great. Guy Creative said, you're not tricking me into doing video editing. I won't. It would never be a trick. I would always be upfront with you. I would give you my true intention. Right now, my VODs just post directly to YouTube. But for example, today, what I normally would have done at the end of Community Day was stop the video and then started a new stream so that I would have 2 different VODs for YouTube and Twitch. But we got raided and I didn't want to do that. So we're going to keep going. Enjoy your burger, says Tricky Lady. Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping our eyes out for you for your next streams. If you guys don't know Anna Sazdev, she's amazing at all the things she does. She does everything too. So just check out her streams. There isn't enough you can say about them. And Dukasoft was already on top of it when they raided in. So I can't do another shout out. But follow. If you're not following already, follow. No. Okay. What's an easy way to say this? I'm archiving my videos for future reasons. Is it future reasons? I make my VODs available on YouTube in case there are people that do want to watch the series of a software developer doing work. I'm not expecting anything of it or anyone to enjoy it or not like it. Again, no expectations from it whatsoever. It's just out there and available as an option. So I'm never views hunting, and I'm never trying to say, oh, I'm not going to get views. Because I might. Who knows? But it's not anything that I'm concerned with. The thing that I'm concerned with is having a resource available for anyone that either wants entertainment or they want to actually feel motivated, I hope. Feel motivated to do their own project or to take up software development. That's what I really care about. If one person gets motivated to do software development because they watched a random 3-minute segment of a video that I posted on YouTube, awesome. Very cool. If someone just happens to tune into one of the times when I'm philosophizing and saying about how you are in control of your life and you get to choose what you do, for the most part and what you experience, and that motivates them to do whatever they are doing, even if it's not software development, then again, that's a bonus for me. I mean, I don't need to know that it happened. I just want it to happen. Radical freedom stream. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you want some affirmations, I can give you some of those. If you want some mantras, I can give you some of those. But I'm going to keep doing my day job. So now I do need to dive back into code. Let me show the application that we are working on. A need came up at the organization that I work with to be able to take a CSV or an Excel workbook and turn it into data that we can use in our systems. That's the short of it. I find more people view the content post stream. Really interesting. That's awesome. I like watching your stream live, TBD. Your streams live? You know what I meant. I'm not always able to engage. Oh, duh. I'm not always able to engage because I am doing my day job early in the morning, but it's definitely amazing to have you on while I'm working. Okay, not implemented exception. Inherit doc. So as TBD says, though, if any of you are interested in what I'm doing and you have questions about the work that I am doing, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer. We also have a Discord community that is amazing. It's a very quiet server. You are definitely not required to join the server if you're already a part of way too many Discords, because Discord servers, because I don't know, it's quiet. But if you do have questions, you can ask it in this server. If you have rants, you can choose the role where you can post rants and not be berated for having opinions and ranting. Just be mindful of not bullying, attacking other people, blah blah blah. It's in the rules. You'll see it. I have a personality section in there. So personality, I'm kind of lumping in there philosophies and personalities. So if you have opinions and thoughts and want to have discussions about personality types, about upcoming changes that may be or may not be happening to the world with disclosure of extraterrestrials, feel free to do so there. Those are opt-in channels, so you will not see that content if you're not interested in it or don't want to see it. But if you happen to ask software development related questions, you won't get berated for asking questions like you would on other platforms. TBD's stream, what do you call this? TBD server is also a great place to go for resources, for help, for discussions. He actually goes into voice channels at times. Can I attack people that attack people? No. Because that's perpetuating the issue. I would recommend that instead you send love to them and you either don't engage with them. Let me know if you do notice something like that happening and I will take care of it. But either send love to them, say something helpful or beneficial. But no attacking other people. Yes, Duka, you can. That's why you have the Bane Hammer. That's because I trust you. You just joined, you're developing a great community here. I hope so. Again, the whole goal is to help you to feel okay being you. And if I can help encourage you to be you as a software developer, I want to do that too. Okay, So as soon as I get these method stubs into here, then I can show you the application that we've been working. Well, I guess they're libraries, but we will be adding it to an application here shortly. So here it is. Again, it is a library that will convert or help you to map the fields of an incoming data set to a outgoing data type. And so the first library that we wrote I didn't call. Oh, because I'm still looking for this thing, right? Our track. Right. I can't do this yet. Wait, what? I didn't even get to see TVD's message. No. Oh my gosh, Dugasoft. It's just a plus. Well, what if I wanted the plus? I'm kidding. Like I said, I trust you. Completely. I was saying words too at some point in time. Band. I'm with the band. We have a library shirt that is I'm with the band, and on the back it shows all the band books. It's great. Yeah, okay, that's what I was saying. So the core library portion, I'm going to open source, put it on my GitHub. Hopefully it's helpful to someone. Maybe make a NuGet, actually publish it to NuGet. But it uses Excel data reader. So that's kind of why I'm like, maybe not put it in NuGet, because I am now dependent on another NuGet package. So anyway, the point is, oh man, TBD, thank you so much. That is super duper nice of you. And a whole bunch of really, really nice people got gift subs. Man, really appreciate that. That was awesome of you. Oh wait, I didn't even realize that triggered a hype train. Holy cow. You guys are insane. How did that one thing trigger a hype train? How does that work? You can start a hype train just by doing a gift sub to multiple people? .NET does parse CSV, but I also needed the ability to read in an Excel file. And so the Excel data reader library, it will take all of the worksheets in that workbook and turn them into data tables and then spit out a data set. That wasn't a keyboard mishap. Well, itty bitty bits. Thanks for the bits. Dukabot is thanking Dukasoft for Dukasoft's bits. Man, but thank you guys so much for that. Super duper kind. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, so the open source library is going to be only the part that you could use in your own application for being able to read in a file and output a data set or even the target data type. So I made it to where it's a generic when you're using the library itself, and you just specify what your output data type is going to be. If you use the UI included with the library, then you'll get these components, not the dockable toolbar, because we're already at the second step, but everything inside of this window here. So the file picker that will do the file reading and turning it into a data set, the state that handles communicating the processes that you're doing in your UI. Like if I uncheck this, which is a part of this data reader component, then it updates my actual data set to, oh man, that was working before. Why didn't that work now? If I uncheck this, what was supposed to happen is this first row of data of this header row would have become the first row of data. I don't know why it didn't. That's very odd. It worked before. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna watch a movie. Behave. Thank you. Okay, I'm out. There's a bear loose in the house. A bear? Well, I hope it doesn't cause too much drama, too much chaos, too much damage. But thank you so much for being here. Guy Creative, it was really nice having you. Anyway, this button used to work. So you have this button that would toggle whether or not this first row is treated as a header row or as the first row of data. Then you have this thingy here. Oh, man, there's stuff that's broken that I didn't know was broken. This is why I like showing the current state of the application before moving on to the next thing, because then I can see things that break. I'm gonna write down that what I did was toggle the has header check mark, then try preview. Okay, so I need to figure out what's going on there. I'm assuming that it's losing the field mappings. So if you got to go to the page first. So if we pick a file, it could be a CSV, it could be Excel. It will read it, and I'm just going to reproduce the error. So I am unchecking the box. It's not unchecking. Why aren't you unchecking? And then I'm clicking preview. Yeah, so there's probably just some issue with checking the box. This up here is what happens with my dockable toolbar when you don't tell it to keep unique elements. So it'll keep recreating the same element every time it tries to read the render the dockable toolbar. Oh goodness. I got words. I know words. But we're not currently focused on the UI itself. We're currently focused on functionality. So anyway, point is that when I check this box, what it's supposed to do is reread the file and then make it so that the first row is no longer the header row. What I would prefer it to do is, if a file is already loaded and read, then I want to take the data table, copy it to a new data table with the first row as the header, or change the column names to be the first row's values, and then delete that row of values from the table. You know what I'm getting at. So that's in the plan. We're going to do that. This UI here is proving to us that when we check and uncheck that and it goes in and rereads the file, it's not remapping the columns to their matching fields, because the columns wouldn't map to anything when we uncheck the box. That makes sense, because there are no matching fields to target type properties. So anyway, this is how the application actually works. The library actually works if you aren't trying to toggle that off and do other things. So when I drag and drop the file, the first thing it does is it goes to the server and it says, were there any files that had these matching column names and data types? If there were files, then were there any templates saved for these files? If so, then retrieve them and give me their names so that I could load the templates if I wanted to. The other thing that it does is, regardless of whether it finds templates or not, once it's done reading the files, the file into these data sets, is it takes each of these column headers and tries to see if there is a matching property in the target type, and then automatically creates a mapping for us. So what you'll see in the preview output is some of these fields do have values in the columns. And that's because there is a column here called matrix, and there's a column in our target data type called matrix. There's a column here called analysis date, and there is a property in our target type called analysis date. Notice that it doesn't care if there are spaces or underscores or dashes or non-alphanumeric characters. It's going to normalize the text on both sides. So it'll replace all non-alphanumeric characters with nothing and make it all lowercase. So it does a case insensitive compare for column name to property name. So that works perfectly. The other thing that you can do from here is to update the mappings, and the types of mappings that you can do from your source file to one of the destination properties, I guess, destination types properties, is a copy value. And so let's say this installation code is supposed to be a constant value, which I do want to make one of your mapping types. But for now, we can achieve that by making it a copy value, picking any field, and then making it an interpolate operation, which uses the syntax of $0 for your placeholders. If there were multiple, if this was an array, then $1 would be the second element in that array, $2 would be the third element. Otherwise, it's just treated as a literal string. So anything that we put in here is going to be appended or prepended, depending on where you put your placeholder, to the actual value. So if I left it like this and we mapped, you can... Why did you reopen? No, that's another issue. You can see that it did, and I always put an E on tacos like I'm writing toes. You can see that it did actually make these values the whatever string interpolation I wrote, which was put the word tacos in the dash in front of the value from that field with a dash at the end of the field. But we don't want that. We want the one that is, let's just make it a constant value. So without using a placeholder. Why? Then there you go. There is the constant value for every record in this data set. Let's say that this file type, we want that to be mapped from two different fields. We want it to be the combination of the lab sample ID and the client sample ID columns. So we're going to combine fields, and it's the same syntax. So hopefully our users will be okay with using syntax like this for now. And then I hope to make some UI eventually that you don't have to remember the syntax. You'll just do some kind of combining. Like, you'll have the fields here, and then you can drag and drop the field itself and say, I want it to be this field to drag and drop, and then some literal string, and then this other field. So we wanted lab sample ID and client ID. But the thing is that we don't care about the entire lab sample ID. We only care about the first two numeric values. So if we look at the entire data set for lab sample ID, we'll see that not all of the values are formatted the same. So I gave them a regular expression match, which they would need to know how to write regular expressions, which also kind of sucks, to be able to extract certain text from there. And so they can do a regular expression match, and then they can use the interpolate operation to combine those values however they want. Again, since it's a string array, they just access each member in the array using an indexer and this syntax. So the final output value is going to be 280-190-523. And finally, everyone should know the pain of regex. Hopefully they never have to use it. And finally, let's go down to a result. Does anyone see value? Okay, so corrected value. Let's say that corrected value is going to be from the result field, which is somewhere in here. There is a field called result, right? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna assume that the result field is numeric, but actually no, we're not. We're going to check the preview to see that not all fields are numeric. So what we're going to do instead is we only want numeric values. So we will do a regex match for only numeric values, and then a calculation, form calculation. I forgot that I renamed it. So the calculation will be whatever we get back from here, if it is a number. Oh man. And it's getting converted to an int. I didn't realize that it was going to do that. I thought that we wrote tests to make sure that decimal values would get treated as numeric decimals. Whoops. Whatever. And then we're going to add 60 or something. You know, you would know what you need to add to this, or what kind of math you need to do. This one is still coming out as error, so I need to be able to do something to default the outgoing value. So I clicked on this. Oh wait, where did my regex match go? That was weird. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I did do some checking for that so that if the value ends up being empty during this calculation operation, then it will put in blank. So non-detects will be treated as non-numeric values, and non-numeric values, when they have the calculation operation performed on them, will just be blank. Cool. So push map fields. This thing is now popping up every time, which is kind of annoying. And then I lost my preview. Oh, so many bugs that I wasn't expecting to be bugs. But anyway, the next step that we're going to work on is, let's say that the transformation operation did work. We have all of our fields mapped, and now we're wanting to upload those fields to the database. Stepping back for a second, the core library is just the functionality of reading a file and turning it into a data set or a target type. This implementation using that library is another library, but these are going to be internal to the applications that I manage. So this one is specific to uploading a lab data file, which is going to be something that goes into one of our databases. So I need validation on the data that's going in. I need to have the right data type. So that's what you're seeing me working on now, is the one specific to doing the validation. And I need to step away real quick. Normally I'm able to do this between the end of community day and now, but I'm still drinking water, and you can imagine. So I will be right. Actually, don't imagine. Please don't imagine that. I'll be right back. Yay. Now I get to be out of President, not sure. Now I get to be out of breath for however long it takes me before I recover my breath. Yay, stairs. Okay. So I need a way to get them. No, I don't need to do that yet. What I need is to see that I wrote the method stub for the service that will do this. I will go ahead and implement the client side because it's going to be exactly the same as everything else, which is it's just going to be a HTTP request. I will return our object type. Sync. Oof. And this is called lab data. So we're finally getting to the point where we can upload our lab data. It's going to be the upload request. Oh, right. And then this thing actually needs to be the model type. So this do post that you see here is an extension method that I wrote on HTTP clients. And all that it really does is it wraps my normal HTTP request, deserialize it, deserialize the response in a try catch that I pretty much use for every HTTP request if I'm doing a client-side request. And I always use a response model for my requests, so they will almost always be 200 OK unless they are 404s or 401s, not authorized. We're trying to add, not adding, the RTrack records to the database. Okay, so this is going to be the message that gets added, or that gets sent back here. So if we get a response that's not 200, then it'll say, or if it's not a success code, I should say, because there are other codes other than 200 that are successes. It will say there was an error while trying to blah. If we actually have an exception that occurred during the deserialization of the HTTP request or during the actual HTTP request itself, those are really the only two places that we could get exceptions in the client side. We'll log it, and then if it's not a task canceled exception, then we will actually get the message back in the response model so that I could show it on the page to the user in a user-friendly way. There was an error while trying to add the RTrack records to the database. Yeah, I don't know if on the client side I want to capture the exception itself. The reason that I have an overload on here, so I'll at least do it in debug to show you. But I have an overload for add error that will take an exception. The reason that I don't do that on the server is because there are some exceptions that when you try to serialize them over HTTP, essentially, they have issues. Like some of them use int pointer as a property type, and that doesn't serialize or deserialize correctly. So I'm going to add this to all of my overloads. I mean, all of my extension methods. Oh, and I also put the stack trace on here. Big Gamey, how's it going? Fantastic stream earlier. I hope you're doing well currently. Shout out to Big Gamey. If you guys have not experienced a Big Gamey stream, you are missing out. I love his streams so much. So very much. Happy Friday to you too. Today he was working on going through his task list for the things that were broken on his stream. And then I don't know where you went from there afterwards, but that was the last thing that I saw you working on. And it sounds like you're using the rescue ball, or you're continuing to do the rescue ball game development for future streams. That's what you're planning for future streams. Rescue ball dev continues. So if you guys know the game Katamari Damacy, crazy game where you roll a ball around and start collecting things until the ball gets bigger, and collect more and more bigger things to make the ball as big as you possibly can. Yeah, it's based off of that. It's a weird one that I like. Yeah, it is pretty fun. The mechanic is very interesting. There's some achievement for some odd million point thingy where you meet. Anyway, I've watched a lot of game YouTube videos in the past, and this one was featured on a lot of them, like achievements you'll never get kind of thing, or achievements that take a really long time to get. I'll be playing the original PS2 game on original hardware soon. A version did release on PSP, says BitGamey2 TBD Gamer. So yes, also PSP. Ew. Man, did we capture, did you happen to capture the shot that you did with the 70-degree or 80-degree angle and you hit it? Oh my gosh, there's so many things keep popping up. That was flippin' awesome. Archer got good. Yeah, you did. Alright. It was on Monday, apparently. how do I get the link to it? Oh my gosh. I just want the link. Give me the link. Give me the link. I'm using Firefox because it's the one that I have set up for the audio output. Mouse. Unmute. Okay. This is the amazing, bestest shot I have ever seen on the archery game. Browser source. What? And so right now I have it on interrupt. Like, you have to be picked within 1 pixel. You have to cross this thing at the pixel at the very, very edge. It's insane. That was an amazing shot. It breaks my brains. All right, so I am working on functionality for actually uploading the data that we are transforming from CSV/Excel to an RTrack upload model, or a list of RTrack upload models, or a collection of. I don't know if it's going to be a list yet. It could be an array even, because I don't really need to do anything to the objects themselves other than keep them in the same order when I'm sending them to the server. And even then, they don't need to be in the same order. They only need to be in the same order when you're previewing the output on screen in the UI. and that's done because they're data tables. So I don't know why I was opening this. So they could just be arrays. Most likely they'll just be IEnumerables that will get created as whatever type they get created. So I say that, and I'm telling this thing that I want a list. This can be an IEnumerable though. That way it can be an array, if I so desired. So what I did so far is I created the method stub in my interface. I implemented the client side, and I'm leaving the server side as unimplemented because I have been doing a small amount of and not sticking to it wholeheartedly TDD. So our next step is going to be to write the test for this. Wait, one more thing. Actually, no. Our next thing is going to be to write the test for this. I'm going to forget though. And since it's more client-side focused, my next step is going to be to create the endpoint for it. So I am using fast endpoints. It was recommended to me, and it works really well as far as being easy to create endpoints, easy to create an API, essentially. The issue that I was running into is that I can't configure the API to use Newtonsoft. And so I mentioned this earlier in community. I don't know what happened to my voice there. I mentioned this earlier in the community day, just briefly during my stand-up, that one of the, no, it was before then. It was when we were talking about Stack Overflow. One of the things I ran into was that it was not serializing the immutable list properties. So in my field mapping, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. I am not showing names for who follows, just in case you just wanted to follow and hang out and not get called out. But if you do feel like being called out, feel free to type in chat. So inside of my mapping rule base, so a mapping rule base is any of those rules that I showed earlier, the copy, ignore, combine fields. It'll eventually have a constant value mapping rule. So those should be easy to add when I get to them. But in here, we have an immutable list of field transformations. And the reason I made it an immutable list is because when you're using this library, I want to make it clear that this is internally maintained. And the way that you modify that list is by adding, nope, those are the apply methods, is by using the add field transformation or replace field transformation methods, because I have a lot of other setup that I do. Like as I'm adding the field transformations, we are invoking certain events, and so I want to control when those events get fired. There is also some event callbacks that get set up for child functions, for child, I said functions, child properties, like the value transformations themselves. So again, another immutable list. And what was happening was when I was saving this to the database, I serialized the field mapping object, which has these immutable lists somewhere down in the object chain. And I wasn't getting any values for them. Like value transformations was empty when I know that I added at least one transformation. And source, well, yeah, they were empty because source field transformations were empty here. Nope, not transformation results. And they were empty here. This one. I'll click on the right one eventually. Nope, this one. They were empty here when I was serializing this to the database. And when I was looking things up, one of the things it said to do was JSON object creation handling JSON object creation handling dot populate. And this would give me this value if this was not a public set, if this was not a public setter. And I'm like, awesome, that's cool. And you can do that on a per property basis, or you can do that on the class itself. Or not the class. A second approach would be to populate those private methods using a constructor. And so I'm like, the constructor method sounds great, because then I would be able to provide a input source transformations, call it source field transformations, and we would do source field transformations equals, oh, it's not a source, it's a list of field transformation. Source field transformations equals this dot to immutable list. And this would have worked, except that now I would need, in every single one of my implementing classes, I would need to make sure to have a constructor with this parameter and the decorator for JSON constructor. And again, I would need to have that on every implementing class. So if you, the user of this library, the developer using this library, wanted to make your own mapping rules, you would need to do all this extra setup and start banging your head against a wall because you don't understand why it's not serializing correctly when you're trying to serialize that object. So what I eventually found out was, one, that this object creation handling populate doesn't work on a mutable list. Two, it doesn't work on internal. It only works on private. So I was like very, very private and protected. I was very, very confused why I wasn't still getting a value populated in here. And it was because it's internal. And so what I ended up doing in the end is adding it to my assembly info and saying all of my internals in this library are accessible and visible to system.text.json, so that if I try to serialize something and it's internal, system.text.json will be able to either get or set or whatever the internal object is. And I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't anything point me to that when the things that I was searching for had to do with internal whatevers? And yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. It could have been easier if something just said, look at your internal keyword and notice that system.text.json will not be able to access internal getters, setters, methods, properties, values, whatever, unless you make it visible to it. Okay, so that was fun to talk through. I hope you enjoyed it. Moving on to the next thing. I don't even know how I got on that train of thought. But we are making the service. Yes, we were talking about endpoints. So I'm going to go make the endpoint for lab data post. This, I'm still not 100% sure that this is the approach that I want to do it. TBD mentioned that the way he does it is he just uses the folder structure to keep track of his endpoints. And I was like, I'm very used to controllers and the way that on the controller you specify the top route on the controller itself. And I don't think that that's a thing that you can do with fast endpoints. Especially because it will throw a runtime exception of this HTTP post is conflicting with the namespace for Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.controllers or whatever it is, whichever one of the namespaces that is. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then I did want to group things together by endpoint. So like this lab data endpoints isn't truly lab data. this lab data endpoints is user templates. Or just templates. Template engine endpoints. File and user templates. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely what this is. So I would create a new class, and I'm just going to be lazy and do it here and then move it to a new file. Lab data endpoints. Sure. And this is going to be the route API lab data, or HTTP post. What was I thinking? Lab data. And because it's a post, it's going to have a body and a response. Does this make sense? Is this what I wanted? Oh, let me just put this in a new file. Done. Okay. This should be a post to lab data. This needs to have an authorized attribute with roles equals the same roles that I had for, oops, the other functions. It's going to be an IEnumerable of rtrack upload model, yes. It's going to return an rtrack upload response, true. We could just use a primary constructor since there's only going to be one constructor on here ever. That takes the lab data service. And okay, so there's obviously something wrong. With this method. Because I need the, that's right, filters. Filters is a term that I've heard of for controllers specifically, for MVC controllers. And what I think a filter is something that happens before the request goes through to the controller itself or to the controller action. So I'm wondering if I can have a filter that will always, before any HTTP request gets processed, it will always do this check for, is there a valid user? Which I don't need this. Oh wait, yes I do. Oh, yeah, that ID was for that get, or for the, yeah, getter. But I do this at the beginning of every single one of my endpoint methods. And that is, I want to make sure that there's a valid user for one, and that the user has an identity on them, because the actual methods themselves in the service, they use a HTTP context provider or context accessor. Wrong one. Excuse me, take me to the server implementation. So for example, this user GUID here is a property that comes from, that uses the user property, which is a claims principal that comes from the HTTP context that comes from the injected HTTP context accessor. So if there is no valid user with identity, then there would be no user claims, there would be no user.identity.name or any of those. And those are required for upserting import templates and getting templates because I need a valid user to check their username. Or their ID, actually. That's why I wasn't seeing anything there for user.identity, but still, point is that we need a valid user for the method to be able to run at all on the server side. So I do this check in front of every single one of the requests before even trying to do the server side implementation of that request. Therefore, is there a way for me to create a filter that will always check this and always return unauthorized if there is no valid user? I don't know if there's a way to do that with fast endpoints. It's something that I'll look up. Okay, so that's my endpoint created. We're good now. I will do a mini commit. Preparing the upload process. Okay, so we're going to write the test for the server-side implementation because that's the only part that I need to test of this upload data. And what we are going to test then. Do I need to put you in a new folder? Helper tests, user or upsert template test, user template test. Yeah. So lab data tests. We'll just call it lab data test for now. It'll probably get changed to only the insert or upload function. Okay. Wait, doesn't the other thing say something about the actual library? Yeah. Okay, so our first test is going to be that the uploaded file, a valid uploaded file, close. A valid uploaded file will get saved to the database. To the, oh man, I need an RTrack database context. So this is where I'm now starting to go into some of our other databases. And here is, so this is my local SQL server. So there's going to be some databases in here that don't have anything to do with the RMA databases, the place that I work. But we see Army Vegemon, ASP.NET Core Identity, data file template, DDMS, GPRA, ADTC, HasTrack, moisture instrumentation, RMA-Geo. This is actually our ArcGIS database. I don't have any of the data for it, but it's the one that holds our database. This isn't used, RMA Chain of Custody, RMA AD, RMA Water, RMID Suite, RTrack. Yeah, so just about all of these are databases that I use for my work products. The only one that I care about is this RTrack, records tracking, and specifically lab sample records tracking. Wow, look at all those databases. Hello 8-bits. Before doing a bit of game dev prototyping, hope everyone had a great week. Well, if you are streaming by the time I am done, we will raid on over to you and have some fun on your channel. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. But anyway, I don't know if you were being sarcastic, Abaddis, but yeah, you're definitely allowed. It feels like a lot of databases for just little old me to manage and maintain. The only one that I care about is this RTrack database right now. And specifically, there's a set of tables. Actually, no, I think it's this temp imported TRN. Missed so many people's streams this week, sadly, due to work stuff. Hopefully, we won't miss any more. Take it easy. Will do. And you know that you are always welcome and never required. So I hope you don't ever feel any pressure or like you are violating some unspoken agreement between us that you will be at every single one of my streams or I will be disappointed in you. No, not a thing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for saying hi. And thank you for thinking of us. Okay, this does look like the shape of the RTrack upload model object. I need to open the RTrack app. Hello, Booty's here. Hello. Welcome in. Booty is here. I read it correctly and I was about to say it correctly, but I tripped over my tongue. It was there, it was on the floor, and I tripped on it. All right, let's open RTrack. RTrack is currently a .NET Framework application. All of the other applications, save this one and STrack, are Blazor web apps. Currently, they all came from either JSP and went to .NET Framework MVC, .NET Core, and then Blazor. So .NET Core MVC and then Blazor. And then I've been trying to keep them up to date with the latest versions of Blazor. Only 2 of them are .NET 8 Blazor applications currently. But RTrack, and then the other one is it was a VB6 desktop application that went to .NET Framework WinForms application, and I think it's still .NET WinForms or .NET Framework WinForms app. But that one is going to get integrated into one of the existing Blazor web apps, so we'll get rid of our last desktop app, which will be nice. So the thing that I'm working on now is taking the library that we created over the past few streams and getting it to output the data to the database, the transform data. Oh, it's gonna be so good if I can get this done. I'm opening the RTrack application because I want to see how files are currently uploaded. So normally what we would do is when we send samples to the lab will then do their analyses on those samples and then create this file called a TRN, a transfer file, that has the results of those analyses. And that transfer file will get uploaded through this system using this upload TRN process, which is what we're going to look at the code for. Then they'll perform record checks on it. The record check will then tell us, are there any errors for that record? Are there any mismatches between the value and, I don't know, there's just like a whole bunch of checks that it does on each of the sample analysis results. Then they'll do a chain of custody compare. And what this does is it looks up in our chain of custody application, RMA chain of custody. So this is the application that we, I love going through these. This is the application that we use to send the samples to the lab. So for example, one of the most recent samples that we submitted, actually, did this one tell us it ARANOP? Oh, which I have no idea what the associated chain of custody ID is. There's an association between this lab lot combination to the chain of custody ID, but it'll be one of these. So we sent something to the lab and said perform 4 tests for this OCP chemical using this analysis method, and perform 4 tests. So we probably sent 1 container for each test. If we sent like 6 containers, we could have like 1 test for this analyte, 1 test for this analyte. Point is that we would have the total number of containers match up with the total number of tests that we want done. So they perform those tests, they output a file from their system, and that file looks something like this. And again, it's a text file. It's a fixed width text file. So the first 2 characters are the lab installation code. The second 3 characters, the next set of 3 characters are the file media type. The next 4 characters are the site type. The next 10 characters are the site identification, and so on and so forth. So we get all of these expected format files from this one specific lab. But what we recently started doing is sending these samples out to other labs. And so the kind of file that we get back from this lab in particular looks like, yeah, it's something that when you're working on something like this, that it just becomes normal after a while. True. Come on, load. Just load. Okay, so this is what the file looks like for one of the labs that we sent some samples to, and this is the output file that they're sending to us. So what our team needed was a tool to be able to turn this into something that could be uploaded into our track, which currently looks like this. And of course, I'm not going to turn that file into a fixed width text file or anything. I'm providing a tool for us to be able to specify any CSV or Excel file and then output to these fields, so that I can perform the exact same process. Well, no, it's going to be a cleaned up version of this because, like I said, this is .NET Framework. Used to be a JSP app. I had a very limited time, and I'm making excuses for myself. I had a very limited time to convert all of these apps from JSP to MVC and then eventually Blazor. So I kind of just did a straight copy from the Java code that I had to MVC. It was structured similarly, but there was a lot of stuff that I had to fix. Plus, I'm using Entity Framework, which they weren't using in Java. They were just using JDBC with raw SQL queries and stuff. Thankfully, they were using parameterized stored procedures, but I converted most of them for all of the other apps into Entity Framework queries. And oh my goodness, I felt like such a turd choosing to use Entity Framework, because this was EF6 when I was starting to use it in .NET Framework. And so some of these things that had all of these left joins and inner joins, because they still don't really have IDs because I didn't update the databases that much. They didn't have IDs and foreign keys to relate a lot of the tables together. So I was doing these ad hoc joins in Entity Framework. And if you know about anything about how Entity Framework used to work, I mean, if you know anything about how it works currently, you'd know that there are still some latency issues. But how it used to work was terribly, terribly non-performant. It was terrible. It was really bad. So I felt like such a turd for picking Entity Framework because I enjoyed using it and I was learning more about it. And I was like, this is a great technology for being able to query your database in a safe way. You get all of this security around it. You get all of this logging. It optimizes the queries for you. It writes the SQL queries for you in a good way. But as soon as you start doing joins and start getting into some, what is it called? N+1 issues? I think that's the term for it. Then it was just not performant. It was terrible. Okay. Enough of that. Here's my, no, that's update. Where is upload TRN? Oh, yeah. Check out this mistake that I made. And I used to do this all the time when I started off with MVC. Here's my controller. And here's my logic for what each of these controller actions should do. In the controller, in the MVC controller, this would be equivalent to putting all of your logic in an API controller, or yeah, just an API controller. I know better now, but man, looking at this makes me sick. This is submit report. Here, TRN submit. No, not TRN submit. I'm looking for upload. Where's upload? Lots controller, maybe? Yeah, lots controller. So let's go to home controller, which is going to be really, really fun to try to figure out how to navigate. I have not seen this code in a really, really long time. Go to view. Go to view. Oh, because that's no, here. Isn't there supposed to be a go to view in an MVC project when you right click on the action? There used to be. Huh? Okay, doesn't matter. Upload is on Prime. Is that a new show? Or did it just completely mangle what you were trying to say? Here's the view for that controller action. I still know the terminology at least. So here's the view for the controller action. Yeah, it's a show, but it's in the second series. It's not that new. Well, I want to know what it is. I mean, I'm going to put it off to the side so that I can make sure to watch it. It's got the dude from Tomorrow People and others. Yeah, I won't say that out loud. But yes, I'll most likely watch it. It's funny, but it's dark sense of humor a bit as well. Kind of like, well, yeah. I mean, I'm not really into humorous. I am into humorous things. It's just a certain quality to it. What was the name of Titans? Is it kind of like Titans, maybe? No, it actually doesn't look anything like a fantasy action show. Like with a title like that, I would have thought it was a fantasy action show. But it's not. It kind of looks, especially with this dude as an actor, it kind of looks like a, what's the name of that other show? Modern Family type of show? Sitcom-y almost. I don't know if I'd be able to watch that. I mean, I'll give it a try. But I don't know if it's the type of show that I would like. No harm in trying it, though. Rom-com kind of thing? Yeah. You could say it was a rom-com, but that would be wrong. Yeah, not rom-com then. I was saying sitcom-y. It does have its geeky side. What would that be? Geeky. Okay, I do love geek. Shows about nerds, shows about really intelligent people. Yeah. Anyway, I'll try it. I'll definitely try it. So, my homepage doesn't have all that much. I think we need to go to layout because I'm looking for my menu. So we're shared. I'm looking for my menu. Action. Right. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to remake this in Blazor. Like, I have started my project for remaking this in Blazor. And I'm sure that I've already gone through all of this stuff, but this was before I left the company and went to the new job, and now I'm back. But the way that I put the menu together, again, pretty much copying the logic over from the JSP application, which is they had what is essentially a partial. For the menu. And then that partial had in the Java code, of course, when you first load the page, it'll populate all of these things using JavaScript and JSP code, which was insane looking. It was pretty bad. For things like, is this an intermediate role? Is this a final role? Does this have a map role? So I'm capturing all of these C# currently things, and then I am determining which menu items to show based off of these private fields that I'm capturing for this view. But this is the only thing that I care about. The link here for our track upload. This is all I was looking for. What is the controller that I was going to call for this? And it's the data controller rtrack upload method action. Ugh. rtrack upload, please. Thank you. I apologize for anyone who may have gotten queasy. I should have given a trigger warning. You're going to see some MVC code that is not very good, and I am ashamed that I let it be this, because this is one that I copied over. Ugh. I can't wait to do this in Blazor. Okay, so here we go. Hey, I even told you what files I got this code from. So when we do an rtrack upload, so we're posting the upload view model. Cool. These are UI things. This is a UI thing. UI stuff. Here we go. So this is going to be an iBrowser file. For the text that gets read in, I don't really care about that stuff either. I really didn't understand what these other file and LE stuff was. This was all part of the multi-part form data, and it said that you're allowed to add up to 4 files, but they are not all called rtrack upload files. So if we go back here, we can see if I did a load data, 4 files that I can choose one. And again, all of this UI was to mimic what the original application looked like. yes, I did do a little bit of finagling on the menu because the way they did the menu was really, really bad. This is bad. They did it worse. So I made the menu at least look cleaned up, but the UI and the styling and the image for this, like, this is an image. This is an image right here for this form. And then this first file was the only one that had blue text. And then the slow TRN had blue text. And it's okay. We'll make it through. So anyway, that's our uploaded files. They had them all as individual files. I was like, why don't we just have a list of files instead? Number of files to show, submit action. So this submit action again is part of this whole it sounds like someone who was stuck in their ways. Yeah, it was probably me. Well, hold on. Let me make one more case for myself so that I can stop trying to make excuses for the way that I did things and just talk about the code that we are now writing. dev.azure.com/armits. Oh, the client wanting the UI the same. It wasn't so, well, yeah, it was. I was going to say it wasn't so much that the client really wanted the UI the same, but it was. It definitely was. Files in my repos. Okay, here are the applications, barring ArcGIS, because ArcGIS was a special creature on its own. These applications here were the web applications, except for test app, that I needed to convert over to from JSP to C#. Here's what the RTrack code used to look like. This is the, wait, it was called upload servlet. Does anyone see upload servlet? That's upload watermon servlet. It was like upload servlet 2. Here. Okay, so this is what the code used to look like for the function that I'm currently looking at, the upload process. And this is the Java file for that. And it was like, I didn't really have the time to clean this up as I was converting it over to MVC. So it really was just a, let's turn this into a controller action and put all of the logic in there, because every single one of the applications looked like that. So this is RMA water, for example. Ajax, oh my gosh. Well, info controller. So this made sense to turn into a controller with a whole bunch of actions, but I mean, come on. 3,000 lines, 3,800 lines. I didn't want to leave it like that. And I say that, but you'll see my files and they are still that many lines. But there's another one that I had to convert, and I had a year to convert all of these. And then within that year, we then were told we aren't allowed to have a data center, which means that we can't self-host. We can't have all of these web applications on a server hosted at our site. So I needed to find a way to host these somewhere else. So that was fun. And on top of that, I got all of these converted except for DDMS, wherever that is. So these are the Java apps, and there were, like I said before, 3 VB6 applications that needed to get converted as well. But I did it in a year. 1, year, which meant a lot of shortcuts and a lot of lifting and shifting. So hopefully that's the last time that I go through that. I want to be okay with just getting the code that I need and referencing the things that I need without needing to take these detours to make excuses about why the code looks the way it does. You guys are awesome. Even if you're judging the code negatively, you're still awesome. I don't need to keep bringing that up every time. I need to realize that I don't need to keep bringing that up every time. Okay. So the thing that I care about is, oh yeah, I guess that what we are uploading to this controller, to this data controller RTrack upload action, legacy can be a biscuit eater. True. Absolutely true. Code rad ended, so let's go to, no, I hate it when I do that. Cancel. Code rad ended, so in his place, I'm gonna put 8 bits per play. That's who we're gonna raid here in about 15 minutes. So within that 15 minutes, we're going to read this method and we're going to figure out how to, or what we're going to test. No, 1, what is the shape of the data? 2, what are we going to test for? So the shape of the data is going to be read TRN files, which is the thing that takes a text file in that fixed format, fixed with format that we saw earlier, and turns it into the object that is going to be dumped to the database. So it's going to be this TRN file collection with a list of TRN file data model. Nope, that did not transform it. What this did is it read the file to a list of string. So we haven't even done the transformation yet. Okay, so when we get that back here, because these are all going to be soil samples, I think, and I'm not 100% sure about this, I think TSP is air quality sample. I know TSP from being a federal service employee, and it's the thrift savings plan that you have. But I think this is air quality, and then this is water and soil. So anyway, we will only be doing this process data for this water and soil. And this is where we take in that TRN file collection. And for each file in the collection, oh my gosh, if the member is preliminary, then for each file in the collection, and the part that reads the file info that's, oh my gosh. And we're not doing a COC compare. Then we capture the file name. Oh, is that a thing? RTrack tables. Table imported TRN. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be where it ultimately ends. So is the file name actually one of these fields? Why are we capturing the file name if it's not being dumped to... I probably have a dictionary of file name. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, so we're going to get the file name as well that we're uploading this from. Where's my notepad? TRN file name. Okay. So we get the file name, the installation code. So yeah, here's where we're reading each of the lines. So this should be, here's the TRN file. Aha, the file, man, nope. I remember what it was, Marcus Voice Coder. The file names in this system, like on disk, the person uploading the files needed to name the file the lab lot name in a specific format. And so not only is the file a fixed format file, the file name has to be the installation code /lab and the lot. And then if the lot had an underscore, then we get rid of the underscore. Is that what this is doing? No, it's RK, right. So RK underscore lab underscore lot. Oh my goodness. Do I have that written down anywhere? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So here again, we're not going to care, but we do need the lab lot information if it's not part of the file. This is a required field. We need the installation, lab, and lot. And that's going to be part of our validation where we require the installation, the lab, and the lot fields, which I'm sure already exist in our data type. The username, the person that is uploading the record. But this has to be a valid user from the lookup username table in this database. Because lab rights. The current user does not have rights to upload. Why would you do this at this point? Because we needed to get the lab first. There needs to be a check on roles for the user to make sure they can upload for the specified lab code. Okay. Then there is this check submission that gets run. There is a check submission stored procedure that runs for the file name, lab, and lot combination. I just want to, I'm going to write the class name and line number. File utils cs. Hey, BitGummy! Does it bother you when I write BitGummy? Because it's what the pirate TTS sounds like. Hey there, BitGummy! Playman always uses it. File utils.cs, line 701. So I need this logic for checking for this resubmission and what kind of errors to display, because these errors are expected error messages currently. And look at this, no string interpolation in .NET Framework 4.5, 4.7. That much nesting cries out refactor. 4.7.2. I like, this is my favorite thing to do. I love taking legacy code and cleaning it up, modernizing it, using really cool technologies, making it faster, making it better. And so when I look at the code, still I cringe because this is how I left the code. I don't do that. I don't bit. What is resub supposed to mean? Oh, resubmission. And then we add errors if needed. We try to delete the record. Try to delete the record. Oh, wait, I remember this. Okay, if this is a resubmission, it must have been archived first. So what should happen is if this is a resubmission, they have an expected suffix to put on the file name so that it's not the same file name as before, but we need to still delete the lab lot data from the previous submission. Oh, right. We're going to be reading through this when we're implementing this method on Monday. But I'm going to most likely be writing the test on Monday morning before I start streaming. And then when we're streaming, we'll most likely be implementing this method. So I guess what I was really supposed to be looking for here is what is the final output object so that I can make sure that the object that I have, and I remember doing this, that the object that I do have as our target object in the application in the lab data library, this rtrack upload, matches that same shape. Yeah, okay. Username, install code, file type. Install code, file type, site name, site type, site ID, prime, lab, lot, method, matrix, unit of measure, closure indicator, sample number, field sample number, sample program, sample technique, lab analysis number, test name, analysis type, lab analysis number, test name, analysis type, measurement, Boolean. I'm losing my place. Measurement Boolean, QC code, data qualifier, order number, measurement Boolean, QC code, flag type, data qualifier, order number. There is two. There's the one. Anna's a pretty cool duck. She's cooler than me. There's all of your emote ducks that are duper super cool. They're all cooler than me. Sample date, prep date, analysis date, corrected value, uncorrected value, dilution, prep date, analysis date, corrected value, uncorrected value, dilution, QC spike accuracy, moisture depth, QC spike accuracy, moisture depth, corrected exponent, uncorrected exponent, dilution exponent, and QC spike exponent. Perfect. Okay, so yes, this is that model. The comments that you see on the model, what I most likely did was copy and pasted this code into this class and told Copilot to dock it. Yeah, that's most likely what I did. So that's why they all have XML comments in the format that I would do it. So point is that the model that I am transforming the input data to is the one that I'm going to try to output to the TRN import. Oh, I guess I need to check that too. Where is this ultimately going? Check resub. delete TRN. Transform the rows. Actually, this, oh my gosh, I also forgot this. So I'm not, yeah. I am still populating a new TRN record, but in the end, the thing that we are doing is a stored procedure to insert that one record. Clay appeared. I was just telling Big Gaming that every time that you show up on his channel, you use the pirate TTS that goes, hey, Bit Gummy. I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Fantastic streams. I'm almost always lurking on your stream. I love that you stream in first thing on my mornings. It's great hanging out there, having you be on while I am starting my workday. Ooh, one thing that you'll notice here as well is that the insert rec. So I guess, yeah, let me do this. It calls, do the transform, then insert each row using stored procedure ISP insert rec. It has a hard-coded installation code. Always default installation code to RK and base closure to N. A note from July 6, 2004. And we've kept it ever since. What? Like, default it means that you would, if that value was not provided, then you would default it to RK. Here, it's a fixed value. Clay says, I think Clayman Dev is stalking me. I showed up on his stream today, then he appeared on mine, and now here. No more questions, Your Honor. True. It's because you're awesome, he says. Clay, you're awesome. Definitely check out Epic Hero Game on Steam. I think I have that in my rolling shoutouts. If not, I'll make sure to get it added. Feel free to provide your Steam link. Steam link. It's been really, really cool watching you progress in it. Oh man. So yeah, I mean, look at this. Here's a raw SQL query that's using values provided from an input file. And then I'm doing execute SQL command. That's not unsafe. Not at all. Like, it makes sense here because Entity Framework does have the ability to turn this into a parameterized query. But this runs it as a raw SQL command with no parameters. We'll get that fixed when we rewrite this method, when we rewrite our track. And in fact, we are going to rewrite this method currently in our current application so we can reuse that functionality, that code that replaces this with what we're writing in our track. Oh my goodness. And yes, I will admit to you that this is my preferred coding style. For the stream's sake, for all of the claustrophobic people in the stream, I did change to 4 space tabs and curly braces on new lines. So if I were to format this, first of all, it's going to take 12 years because of how much code is on this. Then you would see it in the way that everyone else likes it. Yeah, there's like 2 people that have access to do the actual upload, and I implicitly trust both of them. So hopefully that will never be an issue. at least before we get our track converted, but we will convert our track to Blazor. Anyway, so we just verified though that this does get dumped into the TBL imported TRN table, which is what we're going to do with the transformed data that we're importing from a CSV/Excel file and transforming it to that RTrack upload model and putting it in the right table. But we need an RTrack context. So for my test, I'm just going to write myself a note, because again, it's not going to be until Monday morning that I touch this again, that we need a mocked with a CH, a mocked DB context for our track, which is just going to be the exact same thing that we did for the data file import DB context. And a note for myself that the upload method will dump the data to the, what's it called? TBL imported TRN table. Yay. Okay, so that's going to be the end of my Friday stream. I really appreciate you all being here. It's been amazing. Community Day was a ton of fun. We had great conversations. Hopefully I'll be able to remember what we talked about so I can summarize it better in the comments, in the description, but I probably won't. We are going to raid out. I will be back again on Monday. Oh, speaking of YouTube. So all of my VODs get posted to YouTube after the stream, after I end the stream. This VOD is going to be the combination of Community Day and the rest of the stream, the rest of my workday stream. I don't think I'm going to go back and split the videos. Gomen asai to anyone in the future who just wanted only Community Day or just wanted only the workday streams and have been following along. I don't expect there to be anyone, but if there are, can't you get AI to summarize? You know, one of the things that I was trying to set up was private GPT, and one of the features of private GPT is to be able to run oh, I can't remember what they're called. Functions? I think they're just called functions. Anyway, there's a specific term to where you send a message to an LLM and then it checks to see if there are any functions it should run based off of that message. So one of the things was something that's able to go and retrieve the AI generated captions for a video based on the URL and then summarize it and then give me timestamps as well. But yes, I can do it manually. I can just copy and paste. Yes, raid. I was just getting my exercise in, and I wanted to finish what I was saying before I started the raid. But you have a great weekend as well. Like I said before, make sure to catch all of these amazing streamers, Clayman, TBD, Findle. We're going to catch 8 bits per play, who's working in Unity 6 on 2D tools and stuff, as well as his own game. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go cook dinner. Or actually, I still have an hour, so I'm going to chill for 45 minutes or so. Sad you have to go. It's okay though. I will be back on Monday, 9:30 a.m. UTC -7, and it's currently this time for me, and that will have had been 7 hours ago. No, 5 hours ago. I can't maths. I mean, I would, but I really do want to take a break so that when it comes time to go and hang out with my wife after this 45 minutes. I'm going to do music or Hogwarts. Probably Hogwarts. But yeah, that's it. I'll be back Monday. Ciao for now. Definitely check out Big Gamey Streams. He's also on the list of amazing streamers. Okay. Ciao. No, I didn't actually push the camera button. Okay, here we go. Bye.